belong to you. I always say, oh, visit, ibambe. The honorable members and colleagues, it's just a minute or two after 10. I'm indicating that we're waiting for 1 or 2 members to join to have a quorum. So whatever you do, you can finish off. Thank you. We'll start very soon. Forgetting Mbofu. Let me welcome all the members present here, virtual and those that came late, the public protector here at M46 and the legal team led by Advocate Mbofu, the evidence leaders, Advocate Mayos and Advocate Bauer, members of the media, members of the public, and the entire support team of the inquiry. We continue with the leading of evidence. I'm now going to ask Advocate Mbofu to continue.
Chairperson, Chair, just for the record, if I could please remind Mr. Nyathela that he's still under oath.
You can switch on your mic and indeed you remain under oath.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Advocate Mpofu, over to you. No.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, are you sure you have a quorum?
Yes, I do. And I know why you asked that.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Nyathela.
Good morning, Sid.
Right. Okay. Now, yesterday we did some introductory topics for the committee to get to know you and your organization, its activities, and how it came about that you lodged the very first complaint with the public protector. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to put in summary very few propositions of what we dealt with yesterday. You can just say yes or no, and then we'll get to today's evidence. So we heard about you and your personal journey since the 80s with the band Harari, and how you got to realize the discrepancies, racial skewed discrepancies in the sector that you operate in, correct?
Yes, that's it.
Yes. We heard how you had an idea to do something about it, but you felt that you could be in danger during the apartheid regime in doing so, correct?
Correct, that's it.
And after the unbanning of organizations and the return of political prisoners in the 90s, you then started SARA, correct?
Correct, that's it.
In that process, you forged many international relationships where you were able to send mainly Black youth for training in the sector. And at this stage, you say that runs into several hundreds of people, correct?
Correct, that's it.
And the last of those was a contact with an American outfit called Universal Circus, who took 22 youths to the US, and then along the line in the relationship, they asked, rather they offered to take more people, but asked you to raise money for their tickets.
Yes, that's it.
And you were promised by the DAC, Department of Arts and Culture, that such funding would be provided until the day of the trip.
Yeah.
And you were disappointed, and there was a dispute arose, and you approached the public protector at that stage, still under Mr. Advocate Mushwana.
Correct, that's it.
Right. And you then were disappointed with the outcome, and you've said that the whole thing took about 11 years to its resolution, and that included the entire term of Advocate Nyathela, where your grievance was not adequately attended to, correct?
Correct, that's it.
Yeah, right. All right. Thank you. So that's the ground that we covered yesterday. Now, just a few things that I wanted to sweep up very quickly regarding the background before we move forward. You've mentioned that the training in your sector is now accredited with SAQA.
Yes, it's accredited under SAQA, and then it's still on NQF level 4, of which is equivalent to metric certificate.
That's good. That's a good achievement. And you've also said that some of your products or graduates are now working all over the country and some all over the world, correct?
Correct, I see.
your organization played a role in the 2010 World Cup as well, correct?
Absolutely, because we provided 140 crew. If it wasn't, this organization played a very crucial role for the opening and closing ceremonies of the Confederation Cup, including the World Cup, because this organization provided 140 technical and production personnel for both the Confederation and World Cup opening and closing ceremonies.
Yes. All right. So now let's then go back to the what you've described as the epic journey of the 11 years of trying to get this matter resolved. I'll put it as a leading question, and if it's disputed, Ms. Bauer will stop me, but I'm just trying to save time. I think we did cover this yesterday. Can you just explain how it came about that there was this settlement agreement between you and the National Department of Arts and Culture?
No, the settlement came about when the former public protector appointed, delegated the deputy public protector, by then Advocate Malunga, to deal with our matter, which was dragging for too long. And then finally a settlement was drafted and signed between the department, SARA, and the Office of the Public Protector.
Right. And at that stage, you must have been happy, thinking finally it's over.
Absolutely.
And was it really over?
No, it was not over. It was now the continuation of the suffering and abuse.
Right. So anyway, to cut that long story short, this happened until October 2016. That is the end of the Nyathela era. Correct?
Yes.
And after that suffering, I'm sure you were thinking that the matter will never be resolved. What steps did you then take? Further steps did you take?
And then on January 2017, I then wrote to the new PP.
The new PP, that is the
Advocate
Nkwema.
Mkwebane, requesting for a meeting.
Yes.
And then I was surprised that the meeting was confirmed for early February, meaning within 4 weeks, we got that meeting date, the first week of February 2017. I was like surprised that so quick.
Yes.
And then finally, we're given a chance to meet face to face with the public protector.
Yeah. And you met with the public protector then in February 2017.
2017, yes.
This was about what, less than 4 months after her appointment, correct?
Correct.
Before that, had you ever met a public protector?
No, never.
And right, at the meeting, presumably then you gave the whole history that you've given to the committee of what you call the long suffering.
Yes, I see. Because that meeting, I won't forget it, because it will stay with me for the rest of my life. because in that meeting, it was, I was given a chance to brief the public protector about SARA and its activities and our challenges. And then as I was briefing the PP, what struck me was the PP's words. He just said, I got you, Mr. Nyathela. This is not about you. This is about our children and grandchildren. That really struck me. Because I've never heard those words coming from our senior public servants, and then especially here at home, because in most instances, people didn't see above or Nyathela. This was made an Nyathela issue. People could not see the world through the eyes of a child. That no, this is not about Nyathela. This is about the children and those not yet born being empowered with apartheid neglected skills, especially for the Black child. So that really struck me. And to put it meaning tears came out of my eyes, because like I've said, it was for the first time. When I travel overseas, they understand that, because wherever I travel, I don't talk about myself. It's been like that from day one. So to hear it coming from a senior public servant in our country, it really struck me.
Yes, and you described that moment in your statement where you say, when she said those words, tears literally rolled down my eyes, and you would have been happy even if the matter ended at that point. That's how satisfied you were.
Yes, and then it gave me hope and more courage.
Yes. Thank you. Now, you've also said that, you've said that there were three things at paragraph 44, sorry. Three things that became the turning point for you. One was, you've already mentioned, was the fact that you got a meeting so quickly, and then the words that you've just described. But coming now to the practical side, you said the third thing was that she appointed someone who was regarded as one of the best senior investigators. Who was that?
Mr. Vusumuzi Dlamini.
And did he live up to that reputation of being one of the best investigators?
Absolutely.
Yes. You can briefly just explain the journey, the difference, because now we're in positive territory. You've said all the words, I mean, the time of the misery before. What was now new about the approach of Mr. Dlamini? You've told us what was new about the approach of the public protector, but Mr. Dlamini's side?
With Mr. Dlamini focused on his work, and then he didn't take sides. He just did his work without fear, favor, or prejudice, of which this is what we've been asking the Office of the Public Protector for more than 11 years to do. And unfortunately, it didn't happen that way. But with Mr. Dlamini, and then it took less than 6 months for him to complete the report. And then it was just unbelievable. The matter that took 11 years.
Right, okay. Now, again, there was an issue now of implementation, correct?
Yes.
So what happened next, once the report was out? Sorry, just a minute, I just want to reference Chairperson. Right, if you go to, sorry, FN3, and that's FN4. Yes, 47 of 184. We have the report on an investigation into an alleged failure of or undue delay by the Department of Arts and Culture to implement the settlement agreement signed in terms of section 6.4 and A and B of the Republic of South Africa. If you go to 91 of 184, please, Tsepo. '91, the end of FN4. Yes, further down, please. Further down. Yeah. Thank you. And this is the report that would have been then released almost four months after your meeting with the public protector, correct?
Yes, yes. It's
And it's signed, as you've confirmed, signed by Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane and assisted, as the custom is, to put the senior investigator involved by Mr. Vusimuzi Dlamini.
yes.
All right. And just to, if you can just go one page before. £7, sorry, go to the one before, 89. Sorry. Again, I won't go through the body of the report because it will be clear that the report was in your favor by the remedial action. So the findings that they had failed to implement what had been agreed was sustained in your favor, correct?
Yes, correct.
So for the first time, you were then vindicated.
Yes.
And we see the renovation was that the department should provide Yes, I'm at 7.2.1. Page 89.1. Yeah, that the department must provide funding for the renovation of Sarah House in the amount of 15 million rand as per the settlement agreement. And all the other remedial action, which I won't read because it's quite long. And there was also remedial action to do with unfair discrimination.
Yes,
Correct?
yes.
What was the unfair discrimination that you complained about?
No, the unfair discrimination was about the operation and admin cost. Because what it's been happening is that other individuals, including orchestras that are owned by individuals, were given funds for operations and admin cost. But we were deprived, even when we were the only organization doing what we're doing. Meaning, SARA is the only organization that empowers young people with life event, technical and production skills, not only in South Africa, but the whole continent. That's why SARA is embraced all over the world. But it's unfortunate that here at home, our own people, that's the sad part of this story, our own people, meaning even leaders, even parliamentarians, have been choking and blocking to make sure that an African child is not empowered with this, meaning these are skills of the future, skills that can make one work anywhere in the world and even create their own employment and create employment for others.
Right. Then the our understanding is that after this, the department sought to challenge.
Yes, the department and the minister decided to take the public protector's report on judicial review. And then fortunately, the public protector challenged that, and the department backed off and agreed to implement the remedial action, which was finally made in order of the court.
Thank you. So again, if the public protector had not intervened in that legal action by opposing the review, what do you think would have happened?
It will have been a big challenge because we don't have the, like I've said even yesterday, the financial muscle to pay legal fees and to litigate and all of that. You see, so the public protector came to our rescue.
Thank you. And that court process, which the public protector had then fortunately opposed, ended up with a settlement. Can you go to FN5? That's page 93. Can you just run it down a little bit? It's case number 63756 in the Gauteng High Court. And it's the Minister of Arts and Culture and the Department of Arts and Culture are the applicants, and the respondents are the Public Protector, the Office of the Public Protector, and SARA and DBSA.
Yes.
Next page, please. That settlement order is dated 15th of June 28. Next page, please. Thank you. The next page. That's 94. Further down, where the signatures are. Thank you. Okay, it says here that this agreement was concluded on the 15th day of June 2018.
Yes,
In other words, the legal challenge by the department, at least let's say, delayed the matters from June 2017 when the remedial action was issued, and a year later, at least there was this resolution.
this order of the court.
Thank you. Right, again, so that was the, shall we say, the next decisive intervention by Advocate Mkoban.
Yes, I see.
And right, what happened next? Did you then find joy at last after this?
No, there was a little bit of joy, but the department continued to drag their feet, even when they appeared before the Portfolio Committee of Arts and Culture in Parliament. Its officials presented false and dishonest statements regarding the implementation of the remedial action. And then we filed a complaint to the Portfolio Committee. Nothing was done. And then we wrote to the chair of the chairs, Mr. Frolic. Nothing was done. And until again, we wrote to the speaker, still nothing was done. It was only after the intervention of General Bantu Holomisa that there was some movements, and then again, the Portfolio Committee requesting us to submit in detail the dishonest statements that were presented by the officials of the department. We did that, still nothing happened till today. Those officials of the department were not held accountable for willfully presenting false and dishonest statement to this parliament.
Right. And in relation then to the remedial action, which now was back in force following the settlement agreement, did the department then give you or provide the 15 million rand for the renovation of the building?
Yes, the department wanted to give the 15 million to Sarah, whilst the settlement agreement stated that the relevant bodies that deals with renovations, that the ones that must be given the funds. So the department was insisting on giving us the funds to implement the renovation, and we told them that no, we don't need the funds to come to us for renovation. The funds that must be provided to us, it must be those for operations and admin. And then finally, through the intervention of the public protector, Advocate Mkoban, she appointed the Development Bank of South Africa to implement the renovation part. So funds for the renovation were transferred to the DBSA.
Good. And the DBSA then became, as you say, through the intervention of Advocate Mkhwebane, was then appointed as the implementing agent. I think that's the word you use in your statement, correct?
Yes.
Oh.
And then another sad part of this is that when we first requested for support for the renovation in 2005, it was costing around 2 million. And then finally, when this was implemented, it was already around 27 million.
Sure. So those delays that you have told us about, we can say, if you do it roughly without allowing for inflation and all that, cost the taxpayer about 25 million.
Yes, yes.
Right. All right. Now, sorry. So in your statement, you've described the intervention of the public protector as the game changer. What did you mean by that?
No, it really changed the game for us up until today. Since the intervention of the public protector, that afforded us the first time since the formation of this organization to be provided with funds for admin and operations. That made sure that Sarah House is properly renovated.
Mhm.
So it has changed the game for our young people. Now they can be able to be trained in a safe and secure environment.
Right. And after the renovations, or maybe before we do that, let's just take the committee to. No, it's fine. After the renovations and all that, the building was finally launched recently. When was it launched?
No, it was a handover between the department and DBSA. It was in February, late February.
Yes, and who attended there?
It was the DBSA officials and the minister, Mr. Nyathela, and the officials, including the Director General.
And nice picture taken.
Yes, they were even on meeting.
Mhm. Right, and did you make a speech there and indicate the tortured journey that you have described here?
No, I did see, and it was unfortunate that we didn't have the presence of the PP Advocate Mkhwebane. That was just a sad part of that, because we wished that she could be present. Unfortunately, she was not there.
Yes. And did she give you an apology and explain that she was attending to these matters related to this process?
Yes, no, we did receive that, and then officials from her office, from the communication side, they did attend on her behalf.
Right. And well, I know you are saying it was a pity, but what about the fact that the person who had made it happen, in your estimation, was now busy being involved in these impeachment proceedings to the extent that she could not even be part of her own successes?
No, it was not a good feeling and a good side, because we wished that she should have been present. Because without her, truly speaking, SC, this renovation would have never happened. This, if it wasn't for this public protector, no, I'm telling you, they made it sure. That's why even this parliament made sure that it protected the dishonesty that was presented. Even when evidence was put to them, they went to an extent of protecting dishonesty at the expense of the African child, to make sure that this doesn't happen. Because there was also an agenda, that also involved the city of Johannesburg officials.
Yeah.
The aim was that for this organization to lose that building, because it's in a strategic position, right in the heart of Newtown, just near the market theater. And then the sad part of this is that we were having Black people having a problem with Black people owning land in Newtown, meaning this started immediately when we acquired that building. They throwed everything on us. We never had peace. They tried all means, even offering in writing, the department officials writing to the officer of the speaker regarding the implementation of the same settlement agreement. They said, no, we offering Mr. Nyathela, because all for them, they don't see Sarah. They see Mr. Nyathela. So all about Mr. Just to distract our people, so that our people, they don't see the bigger picture. Is this Nyathela? It's causing havoc, it's causing problem, and so that they don't see the child. You see, so even in that report of the department, they were offering us 10 million. Now take 10 million and go and look for another place, because this place cannot be renovated. It's old, it must be demolished. And then I told him straight in their face that, hey, don't come with some apartheid, what do you call, laws, Group Areas Act and all of that. You think because we as Black people, we mustn't be here in Newtown, we must go and find some place there in the township. No, not supposed to be here. So, hey, let's see. Let's stop it there.
Thank you. Yes. No, I think we get the picture. Then let's just pause then with the DAC complaint at that point, which is where the building has now been renovated, albeit at much bigger expense. In your statement, you also refer to the a dispute that you took to the public protector's Advocate Mkhwebane regarding the National Arts Council.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that one? We'll come back to the Sarah House story.
You know, what happened, let's see, is that in 2014,
Mhm.
we submitted an application to the National Arts Council
Mhm.
after engaging with them. And then it was them who advised us that to submit an application, and then the amount must not exceed 1 million. But because what we were requesting, it was funds for the purchase of lighting and staging equipment.
Right.
Yeah, so that for training purposes. Okay. Late, it was in July when we submitted the application around, there was no acknowledgement, even acknowledgement or letter received from the NAC. We made a follow-up. Finally, we received a letter declining our application, stating that we didn't submit the relevant supporting documents like your tax clearances, company registration, and then we challenged that no, this is false. From when is Sarah not compliant? Because we've been working with the NAC and all these other organizations like your Lotto. And we know that Sarah, and they also know that we've been compliant from day one. So they rejected it, we challenged it, we even wrote to the minister. There was no joy. And then to our surprise, in February 2015, I was attending industry in Daba, especially it was a matter regarding the revision of the white paper on arts, culture, and heritage. It was at the market theatre. So after that event, I'm outside there standing. There come one of the officials there, meaning staff of the National Arts Council. He comes to me and says, "Hey, Baba, hey, I've seen that, hey, you'll be getting something." I said, "What are you talking about?" "No, some 350. I said, "Hey, what 350? I said, "Hey, how? You don't know?" I said, "Hey, no, just wait, I'll bring you something." And then got something, got to the office, opened the envelope. No, these people, they have created an application using Sarah's name without our consent. They've changed it. Now it's titled partnership on all of that, different amounts from what we were requesting. And then we challenged that, and then they produce a policy titled expired project and surplus policy, saying that no, this policy allows them to do an application without informing us. And when we read this policy, no, this policy is unlawful. We request the assistance and intervention of the minister. No intervention, no. And then before we even went to the public protector, we even requested the intervention of the portfolio committee. No assistance, just being shifted aside. And then finally, we went to the public protector's office and filed that complaint.
Right. And that particular complaint was then attended to, and let's just look at the cover page of the report. FN6, please, Tsepo, page 95. At the time, please. Thank you. Right, so this one is called a report on an investigation into alleged maladministration, corruption, nepotism, and abuse of power by the National Arts Council.
Yes.
That was as a result of the complaint that you've just described to us.
Yes, I see.
And then if we can go to page 155, please. Okay, while we're getting there, just tell us again your experience with the public protector in relation to this complaint.
Also, with this complaint, it took some time because even the investigators under Ms. Mokhaladi, they were also playing those games of trying again to like to protect the officials of the National Arts Council. And then we ended up requesting for the intervention of the PP, of which she intervened. And then that's when the investigation started to be have some movements, and then finally the report was issued. Because even at the office of the public protector, things were not so easy for us. We had to, most of the time, request for the intervention or of the public protector.
Right.
Yeah.
And that report, go down, please. Is that then the report signed by Advocate Mrs. Kobane dated 15th June 2020? That one then related to the matter of the National Arts Council.
Yes.
And again, the findings vindicated your complaint about, particularly about the application that you've described, which was given under your name. I don't mean you personally, under the name of Sarah without your knowledge.
Yes.
And that was found to be improper.
Improper, yes.
Yeah. And the remedial action, which we just had now, and again, it's longish, so I won't go through it in detail, but we go to page 153, yeah. But we see there was remedial action there relating to the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, and then to the chairperson of the NAC board for them to do several things to vindicate the rights that you have just described, correct?
Yes, correct. Is it?
Can you then just tell the committee your second complaint? You had two major complaints here. One was not being informed. And then the second one, as you say, was about the lawfulness of this so-called expired projects and surplus policy.
Policy, yes.
Yes. What did you find wrong with that policy to the extent that you had to complain to the public protector?
No, because that policy, we could not understand it because it was giving the NAC officials the right also to submit applications to the same NAC.
Mm.
And also they can make an application on your behalf without knowing, and submit an application with your name without knowing, and then it's normal for them. And then we saw it as unconstitutional. There is no way that anybody can be allowed to do that, to make an application on Sarah's behalf or on my behalf without knowing. That's fraud. That's misrepresentation.
Good. And what happened to that policy after the intervention, your intervention and that of the public protector?
No, there was those remedial action, of which up to today, in all of those remedial action, only one was implemented, the one of an apology letter.
Mm.
And then on the 27th of May this year, the senior officials of the NAC, including its new chairperson and the minister, came to present at the portfolio committee regarding the implementation of the remedial action of the public protector, including this unlawful policy. Meaning in verbally and in their written presentation, they lied. Meaning they lied. No, we have implemented all the remedial actions of the public protector, everything is, and then I was listening, following this presentation on this Zoom and YouTube, and then I was saying, hey, these people are just again willfully presenting dishonest statements to the portfolio committee. Immediately after the meeting, I wrote to the portfolio committee on the 27th of May this year, wrote to the portfolio committee chair, Mrs. P. Lulan, copying the other members of the portfolio committee, making them aware that, hey, these people have just willfully presented dishonest statements regarding the implementation of the remedial action of the public protector and the unlawful expired project and surplus policy. No response. They went underground. Make follow-ups. Quiet. Then what happened? We wrote to the speaker, Nosiviwe Mapisa. And then we received a response on the 1st of September.
Sorry, can you go to FN 7 small b? Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Nyathela. Right. Is that the response that you're referring to that came from the speaker?
Yes.
All right, just to save time, I'll just go through some of the. She says to you, dear Mr. Nyathela, and then she refers to your submission, which you say was made after the misrepresentations.
Yeah.
And says, we have established that the National Arts Council council did respond to your concerns and that their response was transmitted to you through the committee. And she says, notwithstanding the above, I forwarded your submission to the committee with a directive that it communicates with you on the matter. Just go. Right. And it's signed by the Speaker, Ms. N.N. Mapisangakula, MP, Speaker of the National Assembly, dated 1st September 2022.
Yes.
Yes, that's the date that you just gave us here.
Yes.
All right. Then what happened?
Then we responded because what is written there, it's another story. And then we responded to the Speaker's letter.
When did you respond?
What's the date of that?
Okay, can we go to FN 7C? It's just the next one. From this, it looks like you responded on the following day.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, yeah.
Right. Was that your response letter? Please go to the bottom.
Yes,
Please go to the bottom.
yes, the following day.
Signed by you, dated 2nd September 2022.
Yes.
All right. Again, if the chair, for the sake of progress, I'll read the relevant parts and then you can confirm, Mr. Nyathela. Yes, it's dear Honorable Speaker, and then it says, thank you for your letter dated 1st September. Sarah is obliged to inform the Speaker of the National Assembly that as a matter of fact, Sarah has received no response from the NAC, either directly from the NAC or through the committee. This advises that whatever assurances the Speaker of National Assembly was given to have established that the NAC did respond through the committee where assurances sans, which means without sans evidence, meaning that the Speaker of the National Assembly was given false and untrue information. Was that the gist of your response to the Speaker?
Yes.
Right. And this then also led to the matter being placed in the public domain. Can you go to FN 7B, big B? Yes. The matter was in the public domain, then effectively summarizing what you've already told us. You see some of the headings there. Saying that the Parliament was misled. And then there's another subheading. Can you run it, please? There's another subheading that says Mangope launches bid to set aside Mkhwebane report. There, yeah. Okay, I won't read the articles. The members would have read it, hopefully. That Mangope launches bid to set aside Mkhwebane report. What was that about?
No, because after the National Arts Council withdrew its application to review and set aside the report of the public protector, the former CEO filed her papers separately to also try to review and set aside the public protector's report. And then exactly what happened is that why the NAC and Ms. Mangope withdrew their application, it was because of our submission, our affidavit, because it was damning because what they put in their court papers when they try to review and set aside the public protector's report was just dishonesty. There was perjury. They were like lying all over the show. And then when we submitted our affidavit, they backtracked because they saw that, hey, they are causing more trouble for themselves.
All right. Thank you. Sarcha, you have said that okay, so once again, the entity that you, or rather, let's say, against which you had successfully obtained remedial action, wanted to resist the matter by taking it to court to set it aside.
Yes.
And once again, had that litigation not been resisted, it would have nullified the outcome of your so-called victory.
Yes, I see.
Right, because we've been told here that, the public protector's litigation to defend her reports is something called reckless litigation, but that's fine. That's an issue that we will deal with at another stage. But in your case, in both cases, the undue, in your view at least, the undue reviews of her remedial action were successfully resisted, correct?
Yes, correct. I see.
Okay. Now, we've also referred in that part that was up there, you've referred to a breach of sections 17(2)(d) of the Powers and Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, the long one, otherwise known as the Powers and Privileges Act, where you say that it was a criminal offense to present false and dishonest statements to Parliament and its committees. How far did that complaint of yours about the criminal activities that were taking place in this Parliament?
It's a sad story. I see. Very, very sad story.
Yes,
Sure.
yes. We are going to go to a break soon. I can see sometimes you just so keep it the way you're doing it.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, because what happened is that after that communication with the office of the Speaker, finally, I got a call from the Secretary of the Portfolio Committee, meaning behaving as if now it's a new thing, it's a new complaint, and then requesting some information. And then what led to that call is because now the matter was now on the public domain. It's immediately after that article of City Press. Because 2 days after that article, I got a call from the Secretary of Portfolio Committee. No, Mr. Nyathela, let's help each other. These people, they say they've implemented the remedial action. They've sent you the apology letter. I said, hey, the remedial actions are not about only the apology letter. There are 6, and then only 1 has been implemented. Okay, Mr. Nyathela. I said, no, the other thing, put it in writing, what you are requesting from us. And then she sent an email, oh, can you please put it in detail which dishonest statements were presented by the officials of the NAC. We did that. That was requested on the 5th of October, and then we submitted on the 12th of October. Up to now, nothing has happened. What we've been seeing happening is especially the chairperson of the portfolio committee, because I've also put it in writing to her, that what has been happening here is seen. The chairperson of the portfolio committee of sport, arts and culture, Medlulani, and the minister, Nathi Mthethwa, they've been protecting, especially this policy, of which from our side, we refer it as a looting scheme. We have said it. That's why we have also, immediately after the public protector released the report, we opened a case, personally me, with the Hawks. And there is a case number against that. They may be making for sure that this looting scheme that is being operated inside the NAC at the expense of the child and the sector is being protected at all costs. That's why we finally went to the Hawks and opened the case. And then this has been going on. That's why even today, this portfolio committee, including the office of the speaker, they've been trying by all means to frustrate our complaint and protect this looting scheme. And that this has been happening for years. That it's not the first time that we have filed a complaint regarding Section 17.2. As I've said it before, it was protected, and then we ended up filing a complaint to the public protector against the former speaker, of which that report is not yet out, because of the very same thing. That's why watching these proceedings, I could not understand the hypocrisy that is going on, especially in this house, that wrongdoings have been protected at all costs, even when we were requested to submit evidence. And then we do that, and then they continue to protect and frustrate us, thinking that this will just go away. Not only that, the portfolio committee and its chairperson, including the minister, what they have done, they're allowing, as we're speaking now, the National Arts Council and its chair to abuse the public purse and the court processes to persecute me and Sarah, using the public purse, trying to muzzle me, so that this corruption and fraud that is running deep at the National Arts Council continues at the expense of our young people, the arts and the creative industry, and then this parliament, and including the minister, the presidency, they've done nothing to stop that, even if we have submitted a request for intervention, submitted evidence. That's why we ended up filing complaints. We've got now, as we stand, I can even read you the case number. We've got 3 cases running with the Hawks regarding the very same corruption and fraud that is being running at the National Arts Council. And then when the National Arts Council come to this house, especially at the portfolio committee of sports, arts and culture, they are being protected by the majority party in that setup, using their numbers to continue to protect and this corruption at the expense of the African child and those not yet born. The evidence is there.
Thank you, Mr. Nyathela. Sorry that you had to go through all that pain.
I apologize, Chair, and I apologize, Mr. Mpofu.
No problem.
I have not recognized you yet. Just suppose I forget Mpofu.
Thank you, Chair.
Is that a point of order?
Chair, point of privilege. Could I ask that
Yeah.
Mr. Nyathela just lowers his voice a little bit?
No, Chair, no.
Just wait,
How-
colleagues. Just wait, colleagues. Let him finish. Just wait, colleagues. Just put on your mic.
Mr. Nyathela, you are making noise. apparently.
Advocate Mpofu.
I'm sorry, Advocate Mpofu, what was that?
Just,
No, I'm saying.
no.
Mr. Nyathela must stop making
Honorable,
noise.
Honorable Mylam, don't respond, Advocate Mpofu. I remain the chairperson here.
Thank you.
Please, I don't want people trying to take over the work that I'm doing. You're on the platform.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, my request was quite simple. It was just that Mr. Nyathela just lowers his voice a little bit because the volume with the speakers is very loud. And when he raises his voice, it becomes even louder and it's uncomfortable. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mylam. If that was a point of order, or whatever it was, it's not sustained. I am sitting here in the chair. I am able to intervene when there is a problem. So far, there's no problem. So I'd really want to tell you that that's not sustained, and I want Mr. Nyathela and Advocate Mpofu to continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Nyathela, thank you. Yeah, no, we understand the emotion of where you're coming from, but I think it might be noise to other people. Yeah. But from the pain that you have just explained now, how does it relate to the words that you say you will never forget, where the public protector said, "I get you, Mr. Nyathela," because it looks like maybe that it needs to be spread around.
See, I'm trying by all means to be composed,
Yes.
but to be sitting here and presenting what I'm presenting, it's very emotional.
Mm.
I'm trying by all means. That's why I'll say that I don't wish even my worst enemy to go through what I went through, because my only sin was only to see to it that an African child, a Black child, is empowered with this critical apartheid, neglected technical and production skills. And then people have been taking advantage that the majority of Black people, they don't understand this industry. And then it was done purposely with the apartheid system, that you Black people, you must just be dancers, actors, and the technical and production side, which commands the power, must remain a whites only affair. And then that's why now what has been happening, we've seen it. Our own people, Black people, being the champions. Now, as we speak, it's Black people who are busy choking and blocking to make sure that the black child doesn't acquire these skills. They are relegated to be car washers and car guards and critical and meaning these are transferable skills that you can make one work anywhere in the world. As such, even here in Parliament for this presentation, even in cruising ships, you've got entertainment there. We have young people who are working there to speak in cruising ships, Holland to Portugal and what, doing sound, lighting in theaters, in these skills don't only relegate you to only work in entertainment. They can't across that this international. This has been a white male dominated industry. And then this is for the interest not only of South Africa, but the whole continent. That's why this organization, it's a one of a kind in the world. That's why it's appreciated. You go to Asia, you go to the Americas, you go to Europe, UK, well received, well appreciated, well received. If it was not for the support of our international partners, which we created on ourselves, whilst there are bilateral agreements being signed left and right and center, with the very same bilateral agreements, that does not benefit our young people, because let's get it. It's about the child. We've been young before. We had dreams. We've got ambitions. But because of the system of apartheid, we were like closed. So now with the new government, our own people, black people, being the same ones who are blocking the empowerment of the black child because theirs are okay, or because they don't understand this industry, they are driven by jealousy, arrogance, and ignorance. Because if an initiative it doesn't come from them or their cliques or cabals, they must it must be choked, and then we must pay the price, and then no one give us a hearing and support. That's why I'm not here because I want to look smart, or the fact of the matter. I'm here to present about, if it's a fact, I'll repeat it again. If it wasn't for this public protector, she changed the game, not for me, but for the child and those not yet born.
Chair, I think we can have the tea break now.
I'm the chairperson. Please procead. I will indicate when we get to the tea break.
No,
The agenda yakho la.
no, it's not that time. I promise you, Chair.
We just have 5 minutes left. Please
Okay,
take
just
that.
okay. We'll do the 5 minutes. I think I need the break more than Mr. Nyathela. Thank you. And now let's link the two projects then, Mr. Nyathela, before. That's what I wanted to do after the break. You've indicated that on both this, what we're discussing now of the National Arts Council, as well as the first one regarding Sarah House and the interventions there, why do you say that both of those would not have been successful if it wasn't for the intervention of Advocate Mkweban.
See, like I've said, from day one, we tried, we have knocked at all doors. You name it, the presidency, parliament, speaker, chair of the chairs, you name, even the current deputy speaker, who's Mr. Tsinodi. He was once a chairperson of portfolio committee of arts and culture. He knows about this. But what has been happening is that people can compromise and sacrifice the child. That's why our young people are in this mess. I cannot understand what kind of people we are that does not care about our young people. Even animals do take care of their young ones. That's why our young people are in this mess. And then it's just rhetoric. And then youth, during June, youth month, it's only then youth this. So, we need skills development. Is not about talking, it's about implementing, doing it. And the people who are doing it are not being given the support. It depends, Guti, uhamba nabobani, you connected with who, and all of that. It's only then you can get support. That's why I say we had to finally look for assistance outside our country. Doors were shut on our faces by what? Our own people. So it's like that. And then it won't change. And then there's no one who gonna tell me that this thing is white when this thing is red. Red, it's red. White, it's white. And then we'll tell it like it is in any forum. The truth will always be the truth, and the truth will prevail.
Thank you, Mr. Nyathela. On that point of the truth, we will pause there for 15 minutes and take a 15 minutes tea break. Just to indicate before we go, we had today and yesterday, we have a witness physically sitting there. We don't appreciate the consistent move down, especially from that side. I remain focused on the witness and I get disturbed by the in and out. That's why our breaks are regular. So I'd want colleagues to just maintain that discipline. Thank you. We'll take a tea break back
Thank
at
you.
1:45. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
We resume and proceed with the reading of evidence. Just to indicate, Advocate Mbofu, that we will resume until lunchtime. So that gets to be the point of conclusion with the reading of evidence on your part. I hand back over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll do my best. Still the morning. Good morning again, Mr. Nyathela.
Morning, I see.
Right, now, I wanted us, before we go back to the Department of Arts and Culture issues, I want us to just round off this issue of the National Arts Council. And as I said, the report is a bit long, so the members would have read it on their own. But I just wanted to go through some of the highlights, just to paint a picture for the people at home who may not have read the report. You've already indicated, and again, I'll try to do it by a series of leading questions, unless if there's an objection, just to save time. You've indicated that the two complaints concerned the lack of knowledge of this application, as well as the policy that you have described. Now, can we go to the report, which you'll find at page 95, Tsapo, FN6. Go to 99. Yeah, right at the bottom. Yes. So there, it's the report of Advocate Mkwaban says the allegation that the CEO of the NAC submitted an application to EXCO for partnership funding using the complainant's name without his knowledge and consent is substantiated. So that's what you are referring to, where there was a finding in your favor.
Yes, that's it.
Right. And then it looks like the reason or excuse given by the department, or rather by the NAC, will be found at page 100 at EE. Where they say, notwithstanding the CEO's contention, I find the reasons provided to justify not informing the complainant was subject of the proposal under the annual partnership, such as they did not want to raise his hopes, when in fact such proposals are presented to EXCO in their name, unacceptable. How did you find such an explanation that the reason why they submitted your application without your knowledge is they did not want to raise your hopes?
No. It's another story. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like taking us for a ride, taking us for fools, continuing to abuse us, and continuing with their dishonesty at the expense of the child and those not yet born. Just sheer abuse of power.
Yeah, okay. And then, of course, on the second aspect, just for reference, Chairperson, when Mr. Nyathela was referring to the 6 remedial actions, again, we're not going to read them. Go to page 102. Under B, you'll see there that the chairperson of the NAC was going to take the following action. Then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And number 5 is the one that talks about the letter of apology, the one that you've referred to, correct?
Yes.
Now, your version or what you were interacting with the speaker about was that that was the only remedial action that had been honored. The rest had not been honored.
Yes, yes. And then also in part 5, it's only the letter of apology. Because even now, because when it's read it there, it says,
Says, let me read it.
including the formal letter
Yes.
on the outcome of his 2014 application and congent reason for its rejection. Up to now, so far they've given us 3 reasons. So we don't know which one it's which one. And then they cannot even today respond to our letter because they send us a letter putting a different reason, and then we responded to their letter. Up to now, they have failed to respond to our letter of last year. Till today, it's one of our submissions to the portfolio committee and parliament.
Yes. Thank you. And therefore, so in short, would it be correct to summarize then the situation as follows? You, public protector gave you, sustained your complaints. The NAC tried to resist this in court. That after your answering affidavit, they withdrew. And then they came to give a report in parliament where if we want to be kind, we say at least one of the public protectors' remedial actions, number 5, was the only one that was implemented. I know you're saying even that one was partly implemented, but at least if we give them that one, the other 5
yes,
are still not implemented.
Implemented till today.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Right.
And the other thing regarding that, because that was, it's so sad. Why is Parliament and its committee allowing that? Why are they allowing that after they have requested evidence to put it in detail, the dishonest statements that were presented? We have laid it down there, all those in detail. And up to now, Parliament and its meaning portfolio committee, they are playing a hide and seek game. And then, you know, like for instance, when I was sworn in here and then being read that Section 17.2, you must know that when you willfully present false and dishonest statements, it's a criminal offense. But the very same Parliament and its portfolio committee are failing to address that complaint of Section 17.2, not once, but twice. And then why? They are protecting dishonesty and corruption at the expense of the child.
Good. Yeah, well, but you must be careful. When it's you, it will apply. You'll end up in jail. There are many people who have told lies here. Nothing has happened to them.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right. So then that's fine. Then let's go back to the Sarah House matter. So we were there at the stage when the DBSA now gets involved, and according to you, you're saying by the time the renovations were done, they were now going to cost 27 million rand, not the original 2 million,
Yes,
due to the delays of the former public protectors and other people.
yes.
Yes.
See.
Right. Now, when through the intervention of Advocate Mkhwebane, the renovations were now started. I just want to take chair to the, just for illustration, if you can go to FN9. So the state of the building where you are supposed to be doing all this valuable and training work. Those are some of the pictures of what it used to look like. Can you just, I'll do the pictures and then you can describe for yourself what it used to look like. Go to the next one. Next one. Right. Can you, I think the pictures speak for themselves, but in your own words, can you just describe this building that where you were expected to be carrying out this important work?
It was a terrible state. Because also when it was raining, we'd have to put some buckets so that water cannot flow all over the building. And then comes winter, it will be terribly, terribly cold. And it was not a healthy situation. It was an unhealthy environment where our young people were being trained under. And I don't know how to really describe it. It was sad. Yeah, very sad.
And we went there and you showed us around proudly a week or two ago, but we'll deal with that later. I just wanted to deal with the before we go to the after. All right. Okay. Now, sorry, John. Now, if we go to that particular report to do with I call it the DAC matter. That's just my wording to differentiate it from the NAC matter. I'll do the same thing, just go through it scantily just to give a picture to those who might be listening without the context or who haven't read the reports. Let's go to page 49. It's FN 4. Right. Okay, the third Roman 3. Yeah, again, I'll just read it out and we'll confirm to try and save time. It says the executive summary of the report says, in the main, the complaint was that the DAC failed or unduly delayed to implement the settlement agreement signed between the DAC and SARA in terms of section 7(4)A and B of the Public Protector Act on the 1st April 2014. Okay, if you ignore the legalese, was that the essence of your complaint?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah. And then at page 50, against the letter C, one of the issues that you raised was whether the department unduly funded operational and administrative costs of the three orchestras, namely Cape Town Philharmonic Orchestra, Cape Town Jazz Orchestra, and KwaZulu-Natal Philharmonic Orchestra, and unfairly discriminated against SARA. You've explained that that's one of your complaints had to do with the fact that, contrary to the claim that they did not fund operational and administrative costs, you were able to identify other recipients.
Absolutely, because the department tried by all means to deprive SARA, the only organization of its kind in the country, to keep, but because what we were requesting from our government, it was just a boost. Yeah, that's why through the intervention of the public protector advocate Mkwebane, it was for the first time that we have received funding for our operations and admin. All these years, we've been running this organization with our backs against the wall, not earning a cent at all these years, meaning not getting a salary and all of that. But we had to shoulder on for the sake of the child.
Yes.
So sad, but even individuals were given 10 millions and all of that. And then the sad part of it, when you read the annual reports, financial reports of the department, every year since its inception, there are serious millions, 40 million unspent, let alone the other millions of wasteful expenditure. Others said, no, that's why I say the reason was that to see this organization just dead and buried. That was the aim. But because of our international friends, they kept us going, especially even the support that we're receiving from our international friends. It was mainly for training and giving our young people international exposure and all of that. So through Advocate Mkwebane, it was for her intervention that we finally got our first funding for operations and admin.
Yes. And you've also just already testified that also through that intervention, your building was now finally renovated.
Yes, that's it.
Okay. Then if we can go to page 52 against the letter AA. Again, I'm just going through the report, paging through the highlights so that just to give a picture. BBAA. The allegation that the department improperly failed to unduly delayed to implement the settlement agreement is substantiated. Right. Can you go to page 53? Okay. One of your allegations, just for balance, they said the allegation that the department, sorry, it's AA again, that the department improperly failed to render its support to SARA on the international interactions is not substantiated. So that was, at least was also because they had demonstrated some support on that,
Yeah.
correct? Then page 55, AA, again, the allegation that the department improperly funded operational and administrative costs of 3 orchestras, while on the other side failing and denying SARA similar funding, is substantiated.
Yes, that's it.
And then we've already gone through the remedial action. That's the 15 million and the DBSA as implementing agency.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, given this picture that you have painted of the, let's call it decisive, in your journey of misery, the decisive intervention of Advocate Mkhwebane, what was your impression? How did you feel when you heard that there are people in this parliament who want her to be removed?
No, first of all, SC, is that when this proceeding started to watch, and then thinking about the treatment that we've been receiving for years, from this August House, its parliament, its committees, including the office of the speaker. It was like hypocrisy at its best, that here is the person who has made sure that our youth got trained in a safe and conducive environment, that only organization of its kind in the continent, which empowers our youth with apartheid neglected skills, technical and production skills. She's been persecuted. And then the officials, including ministers, including parliamentarians, who have been protecting dishonesty and also presenting dishonesty in this August House, have been let scot-free. They are not called to order. They are not being called to account till today. But public protector, we go for it. And then for us, that's where we see the dishonesty at its best. That's from our side, from where we sitting. But if all people can be treated equally, those who come to this house and present dishonesty to choke and block the empowerment of the youth, perpetuating a pre-1994 agenda at the expense of our youth. No, it's business as usual. Are being protected, dishonesty is protected, corruption is protected, even if there is evidence which they have requested us to submit, and then we submit, and then no, who are these roadies? Who's this Nyathela? No, they don't focus on the merits of your case. It becomes personal. Even people who even don't know you, they already have an agenda, an attitude. We know this because that's the line that they've been pushing. The Nyathela uyahlupha. Lo Nyathela ukhuluma kakhulu. Same line, yabo Ponatsago, Mukhaladi. Likes to complain. What? Same. That's what we've been subjected to for more than 2 decades. It's a fact.
And did you know Advocate Mkhwebane, or did she know you? I know you say you were surprised at the promptness of her response. Was there any special reason or anything about you that made her to be the game changer that you have described?
No, I didn't know the PP. I didn't even at the public office. I didn't know anyone before because we are not in your spaces, in their spaces. We are personally, I'm a person of backstage. Not in the front. We don't need any limelight. No. That's all. We don't belong there. But it's circumstances that has pushed us, even for me to be here. Exactly. This is not our space. Like I've said it yesterday. A space. It's with the young people creating opportunities. That's personally, that's my passion. It's about our young people. So I didn't know Advocate Mkhwebane before. That's why I said I was like shocked and surprised. Request a meeting early January and get a meeting early February. It was just for us, it has never ever happened with any official or minister or chairperson of a portfolio committee. We had to chase them, keep on writing, being relentless. That's another thing that makes them to be uncomfortable because we stay on it. We're relentless about the future of our young people. We don't give up because it's in us. We live it, we dream it, we walk it, we eat it. That's it. It's about the child. So that's why I said that really struck me. That opportunity of the meeting and those words that she uttered. That I got you, Mr. I can hear them even today. I got you, Mr. Nyathela. This is not about you. This is about our children and grandchildren. And then I knew that she got it. She got it. Because all these years, all these people, the parliamentarians, government officials, what they see is this Nyathela. This Nyathela, they cannot see beyond Nyathela. They cannot see the child. They cannot see. They refuse to see the world through the eyes of a child. That's why our young people are in this mess.
Right. And you say that even as you are sitting there, this is not your space. And I indicated to you yesterday that unfortunately you got because we requested the public protector just to give us names of recipients of the services there. But when we heard your story, you became the representative of that group. How did you get here, and How did you get requested to be here?
No, it was, I didn't have the cell number of the PP. So I got an SMS and then what's this number? And then I checked the message and then it was short and direct. Hi, Mr. Nyathela. This is PP Advocate Mkhwebane. I was just checking if you could be, you can testify about your experiences with the office. And then it was in the afternoon, and then I said, hey, let me sleep over it. But it was like going through my head that, but I have to do it. If I don't do this, this will really, it won't sit well with me. That's why the following morning, I responded and I said, I'll do it. Then that's how it happened.
And why did it take you such a short space of time to make that decision?
No, it's because, how can I put it? The truth, man, is that, how can I put it? Like I've said it, that her intervention, it was a game changer for us. Till today, it changed, not for me personally, but for the child. Like I've said now, because the other thing I see is I've got a team that I'm working with. It's not a one-man show that it's Nyathela. I'm just the leader. So all these years, even people that were working with me, assisting me, it was a challenge to even give them transport money, let alone wages and all of. That's why we were requesting for this assistance. Just give us a boost. But now, first time since PP's intervention, they are able to get something at the end of the month. We are able to pay for the services, your water, your electricity, for the building, of which that was denied to us for more than 2 decades. That's why I was saying we've been running this with our backs against the wall. I will repeat it again. If it wasn't for the decisive intervention of this public protector, Advocate Mkhwebane, will be still in the same situation. That building would have been still at the same situation. And then that's not the only intervention only. We had a complaint that we had a challenge with the city of Johannesburg, billing us abnormally. Even in another month, there was a bill of 500,000 for water only, 1 month. The way these people, they throwed everything for us to lose that building. It went through 3 mayors, executive mayors, from Mr. Masondo to Mr. Baxter to Mr. Mashaba, meaning nothing. At least Mr. Baxter gave us a hearing, a meeting. But this matter dragged on for years, from since 2010. It was only this year, February, that the public protector issued a report in our favor. Again, like I've said it yesterday, we don't just complain. When we complain, we put evidence because we understand evidence. Not good. Like I've said even yesterday, we are not in the business of smear campaign or lying, the use of lies. No, we are for development. We are for young people. That's it. But here in our country, our own people, you know what, advocate, I have to say this. Black people are afraid of black power, are afraid of black. They have an issue with black excellence. Yeah, they will try by all means to suppress it, smear campaign and all. This, Sarah, that's why it's appreciated. This is sheer black excellence. Black people having a problem with a black managed, black-owned organization. That's why they also had an issue when black people owning property, land in a white area, right in Newtown. They throw everything to make sure that we lose. We must focus on this petty fights and what being sent from people, so that we to distract us from our core work of youth empowerment, creating opportunities for our young people.
Right. And you've also said that, thank you for explaining how it is that you responded promptly to the request. And as I was saying, you can blame us. We are the ones who pushed the public sector to give us those names. And but you've also said that you are not in the space of what you call the front line. And let's just quickly give perspective again about where you fit in the scheme of what we call the general public in South African society. Where do you live?
I live in Orlando West, in Soweto. That's where I grew up. I still live there even today.
Do you own a house?
No, I inherited a house from my parents. I'm the only child of my parents who have both passed away.
Yes. Do you have a car?
No car.
So how does a person like that reject when you are being offered 10 million, 15 million, and all sorts of incentives to give up your dream?
Let's see, this is not about money. It's not about, for me, it's not about material things. Like I've said from day one, what struck me, it was the imbalances that were created by apartheid. I come from a 1976 setup. I was involved. I was an activist when I grew up. I come from very politicized area, Orlando West.
Yes.
I grew up in Mzabalozini. I was there. Also being a roadie. Roadies were part of the struggle. You see, so what struck me, it was this educational part, because you can deprive me of all the materials, but when you deprive me of knowledge, then you are a devil. Because this is exactly what the apartheid did for our people, including my generation, depriving us of good education, giving us inferior education, depriving us of this technical skills and opportunities. So for me, it has never been about material things, money, and all. It's about the child from the start. What you see is what you get. Advocate can say just like that.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you. Now, you have described the situation of the public protectors before Advocate Mkhwebane. You have described the situation that she introduced when she got there. And we know that since then, through the efforts of the president, she has been taken out of the picture again so that she can face this, what you call her persecution. Have you had any interactions with the Office of the Public Protector since the removal of the Public Protector from her office?
Yes, we've been. And then what we have also experienced, for us, it is just going back to square one, the treatment that we currently receive, also with the acting public protector. I can set you an example of the recent complaint that it's been running there at the public protector's office against the Auditor General of South Africa. Yeah.
And that complaint, when did you lodge it?
When was it? Exact year ish.
Okay, okay, maybe
Yes.
we'll just put it up.
Yeah.
Okay. It's sometime towards the end of 2019. Can
Yes.
you, sorry. It's the one that was loaded. I don't know the reference, sorry. Search.
Advocate, sorry, through you, Chair.
Sir. Right.
This complaint is not referred to in the affidavit.
No, it's not. It was subsequently loaded, sorry.
Yes, it is the complaint that was lodged on the 27th of September 2019.
Sorry,
It
On-
relates to the closing report that was submitted by the,
20, that's correct. That's the date.
it's
Yeah.
the closing report that was issued by the acting public protector on the 30th of September 2022.
Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. Item number 31.1.16.
You got that, slow tapper? Thank you.
Right. It's called the report on an investigation into allegations of improper conduct by the Auditor General relating to their alleged failure to audit the expired grant and surplus policy of the National Arts Council. This is the same policy that you had been complaining about to the speaker, to this one and that one, which allowed officials to submit applications on your behalf without your knowledge, correct?
Right, that's it.
Right. So we'll see this then as a continuation of that. But it's clear from this that you then filed a separate report. Can you go to the last page of this document, Seppo, please? Yeah. So there are the people, so it's signed by Advocate Kollega Galeka, Acting Public Protector, as Ms. Bauer has said, dated 30th September 2022, and assisted by Ms. Mokhaladi that you have spoken about.
Yes, because the set.
I see you, I'm gonna move you smiling there when you speak. Go ahead, Mr. Nyathela.
Chairperson is out of order. Thank you.
Maybe Chair wants to be the one smiling about Ms.
Yeah,
Nicolai.
that's exactly the problem. Okay, thank you.
Because let me give a small, brief background regarding this complaint of against the Auditor General of South Africa's office. Is that the Auditor General office and officials, they've been giving clean audits to the National Arts Council, whilst this unlawful policy has been operating, this expired project and surplus policy. And then what transpired is that this matter ended up in the media, whereby I had some serious exchanges with the late AG, Mr. Kimi Makwetu, and then also requested the intervention. I wrote to the Standing Committee on Auditor General, and we were both called here in Parliament, myself and the late Auditor General, to the Standing Committee. So it was in 2019, late 2019, around October, 2019. Came here to the Standing Committee of Auditor General, and the conclusion of that meeting was that, okay, let's wait for the report of the public protector regarding this investigation of the National Arts Council. And then AG, if the public protector can find that this policy is unlawful, then AG, you have to come back and explain why you have missed this. So it was agreed. And then we waited, and the public protector issued the report.
In 2020.
In 2020.
Correct.
Yes, immediately after the report was issued, I sent it to the Standing Committee, Mr. Somyo, and the secretary there, Mr. Mbele. Yeah, something, yeah, right. You know, up to today, they went underground. No, now they're running away to addressing that. That's why we also, again, filed a complaint to the public protector regarding the against the AGSA for giving clean audits to the NAC, whilst there is this policy is unlawful. Even me, as a layman, I saw it from start this, and then the findings of the public protector, it's breaking all the laws, the Constitution, PFMA, Public Service Administration, all the laws, but it was allowed. Even today, that's why the Parliament and its portfolio committee, it's deliberately failing to hold the NAC accountable for this policy, even when the NAC, the official, including the minister for that matter, coming to the portfolio committee and lying about the full implementation or the remedial action of the public protector, and nothing happens. It's business as usual. That's why I'm saying worse. Now, they are using the public affairs or litigation to try and silence me with court orders and all of that. As we speak now, the chairperson of the portfolio committee, minister, silent. No action, allowing the new council and its chairperson, talented Lamini, to continue to abuse, meaning because they are not using their money. They're using our money, the public purse, which must be dispersed for public good. It's owned there at the NAC. It's owned by a cabal to do their end thing. This is what I've even told the Hawks that in this arts and culture, it's a playground. But other departments, your health and what, law enforcement agencies are working there. But arts and culture, kuyazenzelwa, kuyaprotectwa, kuyapokotelwa at the expense of a child. That's why our young people are roaming the streets, waking up every day. They are in the corners. It was even better during apartheid in terms of the arts. We're vibrant, we've got we had places to go. Now, nothing. Even that portfolio committee, I've been telling them, they're only focus on department entities of what is happening on the ground and nothing. Artist led by a woman, Sibongile Ngoma, stage 60 days sit-in at the National Council offices. What did the portfolio committee do? No intervention. What did the president do? No intervention, because it's the arts. So what easy must continue, and then they do it. That's why that department now its work is to do events
and funerals. Thank you. So the at number 4 of the list of remedial actions. I'm just running off the area you made where you're saying there's so many laws that were floated. You'll find that at 102. Sorry, it's supposed to send you up and down. 102 of FN6. I'll just read it out again to save time. And you can confirm if when you say so many laws, you are referring to this. The public protector says, generally, to the chairperson now, in respect of that policy, to align internal policy toolkit with the relevant legislative framework, such as Section 33(1), Section 33(1) and 217 of the Constitution, Section 51(1)(b)(3) of the PFMA, Section 3(1) of PAJA, Regulation 16A of the National Treasury Regulation, as well as Regulation 13C of the Public Service Regulations. That's something like 6 laws that you are saying were breached by this so-called policy, correct?
Correct. That's why in Sarah's words, and then I'll repeat it, for us, this policy, it's a looting scheme. That's why it's also a challenge for the portfolio committee, including the NAC, including the minister and the department, to make sure that this policy, this looting scheme, it's stopped, it's nipped in the bud for the sake of our children and our youth, the arts and the creative industry in general. You know, SC, in 2016, because when we filed a complaint to the minister, we wrote to the minister appointed a forensic company called BIC. That forensic investigation also confirm that this policy is unlawful and then it's against the PFMA. It was not it didn't start that finding of the policy being unlawful. It didn't start with the PP. Exactly, but it continued. After that report of PIC, we requested a copy as the complainant. No, the department, the minister, they did a report on top of a report. And then just a summary. But still on that, the minister stated that this report must be abolished / repealed. It continued. That's why we ended up taking the matter to the public protector. It continued till today. And then you ask, why this looting scheme is continuing is continuing? At whose expense? Who is benefiting from this looting scheme? To the extent that people can use litigation to try and silence me and muzzle me, me and SAR, because we are raising this corrupt activities, and then you get the parliament and its portfolio committee, including the office of the speaker, being quiet, silent, allowing this to till today, as I'm sitting here, been persecuted, me and Sarah. And then funny enough, they're not litigating against Sarah only, no, Sarah and Nyathela, Sarah and Nyathela. And then we don't have, they've got big pockets, they're coming with the top law firms and all of that. We had to scramble and what, and then also abusing the court processes, slap suit. That's what I can do. That's exactly what and nobody cares. As has been the case for more than 2 decades.
And do you believe that with that kind of intervention that you've described from the public protector, do you believe that you are the exception, or there would have been other South Africans who benefited from her approach?
Oh, there are many, sure. Because the other thing is that others, they cannot, meaning keep on pushing, because there've been a tendency that some katas, just ignore it, don't respond. Just these people, even what comes out from them, it's heartening. No, some katas, they play a man instead of playing the ball. There are many people who are going through what we have went through, but because they are not resilient, they cannot be like relentless and stay on it. Exactly. There are, especially in the arts, because the fact of them, I've told the members of the portfolio, including the chairperson, can you believe, and give you in writing the letter, meaning the chairperson of the portfolio committee, Ms. Lulani, writing to a member of a portfolio committee, Mr. Topam Mhlong, saying that I've insulted her. Meaning, and then I had to, Mr. Mhlongo forwarded that a letter to me. And then I responded to the chairperson. I said, hey, please, can you provide evidence of those insults and what? up to today, no response. It's been like that, SC, the use of lies to choke and block the empowerment of an African child with technical and production skills. We have seen it all. Evidence is there, black and white. It's not a story. It's not a hearsay. We have seen it. That's why we submit evidence and then they don't come back. There's an abuse of power, abuse of position, abuse of titles, and then you find the very same people who supposed to be serving us becoming public bosses and ganging up together to protect lies and dishonesty at the expense of the child. That's why I'm saying it again. That's why our young people are in this mess because of such conduct.
Yes, thank you. And as a person who's had so much experience with the Office of the Public Protector and gone through the worst and the best, I suppose, what do you think is the impact on the public that is supposed to be protected when the public protector is sitting here for months and months instead of doing what you have just described?
Yeah, it has an impact because for us, ordinary people, it has, because like I've made an example now, what happened with this AGSA report. It was closed. Can you believe that twice we were never given an opportunity to be interviewed? The complainant was never interviewed twice. The first, whilst the advocate Mkwebane was there, we responded to the discretionary notice and requested for a meeting. We were given that opportunity by but now not only that one, they tried even now to close the one of our complaint against the former speaker for not making sure that our complaint regarding the dishonest statements that were presented by the officials of the department regarding the implementation of the settlement agreement. You know, up to now, it's not yet set up. Even that one, discretionary notice. No, complainant not interviewed or even asked that, no, can you give us clarity here? Or no, we need some more information here and all of this is how Mr. Vusimuzi Dlamini conducted his investigation. When he needed more information or clarity, he'll call, contact us or send us an email that here we'll need some more info, and then we'll provide you with the information. Like I've said, we are not in the business of, because even this thing, they are wasting our time and energy because they are done deliberately so that we must lose our focus of doing the best we can do for the sake of our young people. Yes. Deliberate, including these silly litigations and all of that. It's just to distract us. And then these people, no one is intervening. The parliament, minister, portfolio committee, no. No, we must be, no, meaning nobody.
Thank you. The report of Advocate Galeka, the one that we have just referred to now, is what is known as the closing report. That means that they are no longer going to continue with the complaint against the AG, correct?
Yeah, that means it's closed.
Yes. And I think we just need to clarify this. I think it was covered in what you said now, but I'll ask you short questions so that it's quite clear what you are complaining about. You are saying that after lodging this complaint at some stage, there was an attempt to close it without talking to you.
Yes.
And how was that attempt overcome?
It was overcome because we responded to the discretionary notice. And when we responded, at the same time, we requested a meeting with the PP, Advocate Mkweba, and then he granted us that meeting, and then he called a meeting, and then it was a virtual meeting, and then unfortunately in that meeting also, the same investigator was not present in that meeting. And then the public protector advised that there must be further investigation. Now the public protector, Albert Mkwebane, is no longer there at the office. Same thing again. No interview, no request for any clarity or more documentation, evidence, and then just discretionary letter. Now we close again.
Thank you. Now, according to the affidavits filed on behalf of this committee and the president and others, it makes no difference whether Advocate Mkwebane is suspended or not and sitting here, because according to them, there's no difference. The good services she was rendering are continuing. Do you believe that?
For us, from where we're coming, we don't believe that. Because for us, it is meaning things are getting worse. And like I've said, not only with that one or that complaint of the AG. There is another complaint against the former speaker of this August House. Same thing. They send us a discretionary letter, and then we responded that, okay, because we can see that we just want to drain us and make us waste our time in this, and then, okay, you can carry on and close it. But again, you note that we were not given an opportunity or interviewed or request for additional information and all of, so but they are stuck now. They haven't had issued a closing report. It's close to 2 months now, more than 2 months.
Yes, and on this one, let's assume for a minute that this report that was issued on the 30th of September, 2 months ago, 2022. Again, I say, I know you won't agree with me, but let's assume that they did not find sufficient evidence to assist you. But if I understand you correctly, your gripe is not so much the content, but the fact that it was done without your involvement. What do you say about the fact that your complaint is closed without reference to you?
It's a sad story. It's not for the first time. The same thing was done with another complaint. the complaint against Cat Sita and Department of Higher Education and Training. And then we got a closing set up. And at least we had, because of this support that we finally got of the funding for operation. And then we took that closing report on review. The Public Protector's Office is not long ago, they withdrew and paid the cost because the evidence is there. Senior Counsel, SC, I'll say it again. We don't file a complaint without evidence. We understand evidence. We are not in the business of lies or smear campaigns. We
No,
don't-
we are still here. You don't have to whisper to the
Sure.
SC. Yeah, we're all here.
Well, I don't know what you
Yes,
must
we
do
are.
to please the people.
You're whispering to the SC now.
Exactly. That's why the Public Protector.
Yeah, he might be accused of speaking very loud, Chair. Maybe-
Yeah,
Honorable Maute,
that's why,
please.
sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Nyathela.
I don't want your evidence to be disrupted, but I don't want you to start that as well. Mr. Nyathela, you're doing very well so far. Just stay on the mic, switch it on. Go ahead.
Yeah, like that example of the complaint against Cat Sita and DHET. That's another thing that I'll want this committee to check, especially in terms of Ms. Mokhaladi. When you go there and ask for the transcript of the meeting that was held between the former chairperson of Cat Sita and Ms. Mokhaladi, reading that transcript and here reading what Ms. Mokhaladi is saying about me, then you'll confirm that trouble, personal, it's there.
Yeah, thank you. Just pause, Advocate Bauer.
Advocate Mpofu, do you have a copy of it?
Of,
Of what the witness is referring to?
no. Sorry, maybe I missed something. I thought he was just making a general statement.
No,
A copy of
but-
what?
The witness is referring to a transcript that is foreshadowed in his affidavit,
Oh, I
to
see.
which we had asked, I think, or the secretariat had asked, and I didn't follow up on it again. And I
Okay.
wondered if, because there are several transcripts of various interviews, and I'm not sure which one the witness is actually.
No,
referring to.
neither do I. Okay, no, the short answer is no, we don't have. But I understand this to be a reference to a Rule 53 record in one of the litigations is referred to. Let me just.
This is, sorry, Advocate Mpofu, before you ask the witness, Chair, this was not put to Ms. Mokhaladi. And I'm in our evidence, I don't think fairly Advocate Mpofu was probably not aware of it at the time.
No, I wasn't, but so what?
Now, I'm going to see if Ms. Mokhaladi wants an opportunity to respond to it.
But nobody's representing Ms. Mokhaladi. The witness is informing the committee of his experiences. If Ms. Mokhaladi wants to have lawyers to represent her, it should not be paid for by Parliament. Mr. Nyathela.
Just before you, are you done, Advocate Bauer?
No, I'm not done, Chair. I'm not entering into a dialogue with Advocate Mpofu.
Yes.
But we've had witnesses here, and if you're going to have statements that impugn the credibility of witnesses, or you make statements where you infer that that they have acted in any way improperly, then either those allegations should have been put to them. We have a provision in our rules that deals with credibility, or they should be afforded a fair opportunity to have their version put before the committee.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
Can I
you.
respond?
That's not, Advocate Mpofu, yes.
Thank you. Chairperson, we've been preached to here endlessly that this is not a court of law. And now we're being told that a witness, a layperson, a member of the public, cannot tell his story because of some court rules or an opportunity. If they want to recall Ms. Mokhaladi to refute the Rule 53 record, they are free to do so. But we cannot stop Mr. Nyathela from, he's giving primary evidence. He read this document. I accept that he doesn't have it here, and neither do I, that I concede. But he's testifying from his personal experience of it. So I don't know what the problem is. Why would an evidence leader not want Parliament to get information to help the?
Okay, no, it's fine. I think you've made the point about, I don't want to stay on this.
Oh,
Being suggested that you reserve the right to deal with the issues, but what is that one you want, right?
his comment was, why would the evidence leaders want Parliament not to have any information? That is not the point. The point is, I'm quite happy for the witness to say whatever he wants to say. I have neither the document, it's not been provided by Advocate Mpofu, and it potentially may follow on to evidence which Advocate Mpofu had also solicited from Ms. Mokhaladi. And that's the reason why I'm saying, going to find out from Ms. Mokhaladi in respect of what it's about.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's then proceed, fine.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just for the record.
Taylor, you raise your hand, yeah, you can
Yes,
speak.
can I say something, Chair?
Yes.
So, Chair, I was just giving a background, an example that if you as the committee can request for that transcript. That transcript is one of the transcript of the matter that involved Sarah against Catsita and the Department of Higher Education and Training. Because what happened is that when they issued a closing report, and then we challenged that, and then we provided with that Rule 53 of all the documents, and then we went through the transcript. So that's why I was specific that if the committee can get a copy of the transcript of the meeting that was held between Ms. Mokhaladi and the former chairperson of the CATSIT, and you read that, and then that will also substantiate our complaint regarding the actions of Ms. Mokhaladi. That's what I was saying.
Okay, it's fine.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Nyathela. Advocate Mpofu.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, can I just comment on this as well? I'm not fighting with Advocate Bauer. I think the witness maybe has said what I was alluding to. Of course, we can't, as I say, there's a gap in the evidence because I don't have the transcript, neither does she, neither do the members, more importantly. But the point we wanted to make is exactly that. Then all of us, evidence leaders and ourselves and so on, must take whatever effort we have to mine that information, wherever it is, and make sure that it is presented to the members of the committee. But if I misunderstood, I thought maybe Ms. Bauer was saying we should not put the question, but she seems to be commenting on the gap that we all have noticed, and I accept that we will liaise with the evidence leaders to make sure that the members have access to that document. They probably have a better chance with the Public Protector's Office than us to get that information. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I know that it's almost lunchtime. Can I just round off one aspect? And Chair, with your permission, I'd like to, what's the time? Okay, it's 5 past. Chair, I need to tighten the next few sessions, or rather a few questions, because I'm rounding off. If you can give me an indulgence for half an hour after lunch, then we can take the lunch now, and then I'll use that time to squeeze the rest of my questions. But I'll, at the same time, just allow me to ask one question just to round off this topic. Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Right, okay. Mr. Nyathela, sorry, we got sidetracked correctly. So by this issue of finding that transcript. And let's just round off that issue. You were saying this transcript relates to a meeting between Ms. Mukhaladi and the chair of the cat sitter. Who was the chair of the cat sitter?
And then the former chair of the cat sitter, it was Advocate Brenda Madumisi.
Advocate Brenda Madumisi.
Yeah.
Okay, I know her. If they can't get it, maybe she recorded the meeting. All right. All right, no, we'll find that information. But just to round off then this issue of this closing report, I just want to ask you, and again, we will deal with this in when we come back. In fairness, because we have to be fair to particularly people who are not here. Advocate Galeka did the closing report, and she may or may not testify here. We've written a letter, and she might have a different view, but I wanted to put something to you which emanates from the report, and I'm putting it also because my colleagues got this document late. So I'll put it even though it's it might be a point against you, so to speak. At 6.1.23 of the report, it says that it basically says that the reason why this report was issued without your participation is because you did not comply with the deadline for the response. And I just want you to enlighten the committee about that whole matter before we break to lunch, and I'll read it out. 6.123, it says, a formal request for an extension was escalated to the acting public protector on 21 September 22, granted the extension until 28 September as requested. A further request for an extension to respond on 29 was received from the complainant, that would be you or Sarah, on 28 September 2022 at 1540, which the acting public protector granted. By close of business 29 September, the complainant had not provided a response to the Rule 41.1 notice. In other words, according to them, if we now know that this was given on the 30th of September, the day before you were supposed to give the response and you did not do so. Did you give the response or did you not give the response?
Finally we requested for extension, and then we were supposed to provide the response on the 28th. Unfortunately, we had some load shedding and technical glitches. And then we immediately sent an email to request that we submit it the following day, because even that email, it is to send it from my phone, that will and submit it on the 29th. And then we did submit it on the 29th, around 6 minutes past 4.
Right. Okay, so the information in this report, which says by close of, assuming close of business is 5 o'clock or whatever, we'll find that out, that it had not been received. Or rather, it may not be received because you can't talk for the recipient, but you had sent it on your side.
Yes.
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 Okay. And in any event, let's assume close of business is 2 o'clock and it was an hour late and so on. Do you think, is there anything that would compel a report to be closed simply because your response was received a bit late. What I'm trying to say, was there anything magical about the 30th of September that the report had to be closed?
I don't think so, AC. I thought we should have been given an opportunity, because the other thing, there is paper trail that we requested for an extension. And the other thing is that I thought that we have been dealt with as if we are a big organization with some serious financial muscle. We can hire lawyers and all those expertise to get things as quickly as possible. That's why we requested for the extension, and then it was acknowledged that no, we give you the extension, it's okay, you can submit on the 29th, and then the difference is only that we submitted it around 3 minutes, 6 minutes past 4.
Yes.
Okay, it's 12 minutes past 1 now.
Thank you.
We'll take a lunch break.
Thank you, Chair.
and
Okay,
get to-
thank you, Mr. Nyathela. We'll round up a few issues when we come back. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Thank you. Limited. Oh, okay.
How's it? Right. Good, good.
Good.
Mbofu, the last 30 minutes to conclude the leading of evidence.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Over to you, Advocate Mbofu.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. If possible, I'll even not use it all up. Mr. Nyathela?
Is it?
Yes, I wanted to just,
Just before you proceed, the cable is going to be a problem.
yes, someone will trip.
Definitely. You have to find another way.
Mm.
I don't want to see people falling here. Because I might not be able to lift others, you know. So as a belief. Okay, thank you. Advocate Mbofu, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was saying, Mr. Nyathela, that I just wanted to round off remember when before we broke, we were having this discussion about your complaints about Advocate Galeka closing that report without speaking to you.
Yes, is it?
Yes. Now, let me put it this way, given your specific experiences with the previous intervention of Advocate Mkhwebane when something like this was about to happen previously, do you believe that if she was there in the office now, this closing report would have been issued in this manner that you are unhappy about?
Not in this manner, as she would have been given an opportunity.
Mm.
Like, even if, like I said, we submitted it on the day our response to the discretionary notice. We submitted it around 6 minutes past 4.
Mm.
Yeah. And then our response was not even incorporated in that closing report.
Yes, well, when the public protector gives evidence, she will confirm this, but I managed to establish over the lunch break that the official closing time at the public protector's office is 4:30. The public protector did not know because she doesn't have such a thing as a business hours. She just works, as we say in the township, wire. But we had to establish from the office. So in any event, if that is correct, and we'll verify it, obviously. If that's correct, then it would mean that in any event, your response was still filed on time, correct?
Yes.
Right. Now, sorry. I just I'm rounding off now on some of the topics that we have covered. It's an opportunity to brag about your international connections that you have. You say you fostered through your own bare hands. Yeah. Am I correct that some of the people that you interact with in the space of sound technology internationally even include the people who do shows for Beyonce? The chairperson doesn't know who that is, but I think other people know. Yeah.
Yes. It's a lot of the people that we interact with. It's includes top production managers of world known artists, including Beyonce, Linkin Park, Rolling Stones, you name them. Not only that, advocate, are also sometimes invited to speak in top industry conferences, like your International Production Conference, which is held annually in London, including the Pro Light and Sound Trade Fair that is held in Frankfurt in Germany. So also getting invitations as far as the US, including China, to come and visit, including Australia. Like, for instance, I've been all around the world being invited by leading industry players, including equipment manufacturing companies, paying for my travel and my accommodation. Because like I've said it, advocate, Sarah's work is respected all over the world. It was just unfortunate that the treatment, the bad treatment that we've been receiving here at home, and especially coming from our own people. Yeah. It's so sad.
Thank you. And has your model been also copied, for lack of a better word, by other people who were learning from what you had started?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Can you give
Because
us an example?
around the world, we are regarded, Sarah is regarded as one of the leading organization, especially when it comes to training in live events, technical and production. There was never such kind of training around the world, specifically around live events, technical production. They've been training around sound engineering, all of that, but not the bigger, broader picture. So that people can only see it in a narrow lens of sound engineering, while it is broad. And then there are enormous opportunities for our young people. Like as I've described it before, that these skills, they cut across, even here in Parliament. These skills are being utilized with audiovisual equipment. In short, behind every piece of new technology, there has to be someone to make it work. That's why even in developed countries like the UK, it's not long that they have set up, purpose-built backstage academies, because they realize that without technical and production skills, there is no way that the industry could grow. Its performance, its corporate events or venues, your conference centers. It's worse now. Even these skills are now needed in churches. There's sound equipment, there's audio-visual equipment. It needs people who operate it and maintain it. Like, for instance, you can take, let's say, a guy from rural areas, train them with the skills, and then support them, give them some budget to get 2 or 4 speakers. They'll be able to service their communities with imbizos, weddings and all of that, and they'll be able to put bread on the table. That's why I say these skills don't only make you to be a job seeker. You can create your own employment and also create employment for others.
Yes. And thank you for that. Before we go back to the issue of the building, with these achievements that you have had, you told us that some of your graduates operate in cruise ships and all sorts of places. And can you tell us about those who represent us throughout the world? In other words, those who did not even come back from the exchange programs that you.
There are a couple of them also based in the States. There's one all the way from Limpopo, Thabo Mokgoto, is doing great work. Also, when you look at the credits of, there is a famous movie called Fast and Furious. Yeah, in most of those series of Fast and Furious, on the credits, you'll find that name, Thabo Mokgoto. He's based in Atlanta. He's doing great. And there are a number of them, including the recent one, Seiso, from Soshanguve. It's now based at Maryland in the USA, doing great.
Yes, can we go to FN10? When you say so, we're referring to Ms. Seiso Sithole.
Yes.
And yes, okay, I'll just read out his message to you. Greetings, Mr. Nyathela. I'm Seiso Sithole from Soshanguve, Pretoria, currently residing in Maryland, USA. I joined SARA at the end of 2012 and have been a member of the association since. I was part of the crew of 3 that represented SARA in the USA in the vessel Circus for skills enhancement and development 2017. I currently work at Washington Metropolitan Area Transport Authority since October 21 as a mechanic helper communications. We service audio surveillance, cameras, emergency call stations, and elevators and platforms, informations and display systems, access controls and card readers, and lastly, fire systems on the rail network. Every day is a learning experience. I want to thank SARA for the knowledge and opportunities it has created for me and advance myself to where I am and headed in life. Words cannot express the amount of gratitude. Through SARA, I have established international and domestic relationships and networks. Thank you, Mr. Nyathela, for believing in me and the life lessons that you keep passing on. You are an inspiration to me and others. I should assume then that this is the kind of message that you get now and again. And from what you've described, that's all you want to achieve.
No, absolutely. And then this what keeps me going. This is what makes me sleep good at night. It humbles me and it gives me more courage and more energy to keep on doing this work.
Right. And currently at the premises that you say would not have been there were it not for the public protector, can you describe, some of us have been there, but those who have not been there, what kind of setup you have, how that, having that building renovated and brought to the state that it is in now through the intervention of the public protector, how that will help the young people of South Africa?
It will help, let alone in terms of the health and safe environment, but it has managed to create more space, more classrooms, more training spaces, space for the admin section, and yeah, it has made things the better for our young people.
Sorry, Chair. Okay, sorry. Right, and what type of equipment have you got there?
We've got LED screens, got digital sound mixing desk, we've got PA system, we've got microphones, we've got trussing and staging equipment, power equipment, etc.
Right. And, sorry. Okay, I don't want to go, okay, maybe let's do that very quickly. Go back to some of the better pictures than those that you showed us earlier. Can go to 178 of 184, just before FN10. It's the pictures. Okay, I'll ask you something else before we get to that picture. You earlier said that you saw a lot of what you call hypocrisy around this process that were involved in here. Can you explain what you meant by that?
What do I mean for, about that? Is that the same parliament, the same presidency, and all relevant people who have failed us, especially the young people, are now trying or working on impeaching a person who has played a very crucial, important part in unlocking the deserved support for our young people, to make sure that this only training organization of its kind in the continent gets the deserved support for the interest of our young people. whilst all these bodies that I have mentioned, it's parliament, it's presidency, it's ministers, you name them, they've failed us. Meaning, when I mean us, I mean they've failed our young people dismally. That's why our young people are in this mess, protecting each other at the expense of the African child and those not yet born. And the results are there for everyone to see. You can see our young people, even some of them sleeping, standing, some of them being ravaged by your nyaupes and all of that. Nothing is done, even in this August House, to make even laws that will protect our young people. Nothing has been done. And then, yes, the public protect. Change the game. Not only for the current young people who are training, but even for those not yet born. Because now the doors of learning and culture, which is there inside the Freedom Charter, which we've been trying to open those doors, it's been blocked from left and right and center, not only from the Department of Arts and including the CETAs and what do you call, Department of Higher Education and Training. That's why we had to even complain, file a complaint there. You know, let's see, by now, we should be having satellite in all the provinces. By now, we as a country, we should have been having a purpose-built backstage training center, even servicing the SADC region, let alone the sub-Saharan region, and even bringing foreign currency, because this is of national importance. It's not about Freddie Nyathela. We are just laying the ground for future generation. But the problem it has been, who is this Nyathela? Who the hell does he think he is to come up with this? This is the attitude we've been having. That's why it will pain me when I'm overseas and then I'm asked, hey, but Freddie, it's your people who are in charge now, your own people, can't they see this? Huh? And then, hey, that will really hurt me. Saying, hey, I've been asked this over, and my own people, no, turning a blind eye. And then personalizing this, making it a Freddie Nyathela, everything it's got its initiator, even political parties, somebody has to start and bring in other people and then build it. And as is stated in that letter from the South African Qualification Authority, especially the first paragraph of that letter, of which it's part of the annexures from SAQA. SAQA was not meant to grant Sarah that confirmation of pledge, because they know that if it wasn't for this organization, that the qualification that exists now of NQF level 4 for live event technical production, it would have never existed. And then we ask him for support so that we upgrade the qualification in South Africa in this field from NQF to even take it to PhD. That's where it is being run in the in the UK. this kind of training. No, it's block choke.
Thank you. And sorry, I wanted to stop you because I thought if you are speaking loud, we'll have another point of privilege. Correctly labeled as a point of privilege. Okay, well, I want to end it by just displaying or playing two quick clips, Chairperson. The first one is at 31.1.14. And that is, I don't know the name of the gentleman. Who's the sound person for Beyonce?
Oh, it's Carl Kolombisky is the microphone sound engineer of Beyonce.
Wow, Freddie, this is amazing. This is like such a turn of events. Like, wow, man. Congrats, brother. You did it. You fucking fought all these systems, all these heartless people, and your love and your heart triumphed. And that's exactly what I thought would happen. Amazing, amazing. Amazing. I love you, buddy.
Thank you. That's what was this amazing achievement?
It was especially about the renovation of the building because he knows the state of the building, how it was before, because he's been here a couple of times. The first time he came to South Africa, he came with Mary J. Blige, maybe 2012. That's how we connected. And the last time he was here, it was in 2019, because as Sarah, we initiated the Africa's first live events, technical and production conference that started in 2015, and then we host international speakers from America, Australia, Germany, UK, including in Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, and Ghana. Yes.
Thank you. And then finally, the building that you are referring to, 31.1.15. Just for the members to get a taste of what it looks like now. We've seen all the horrible pictures. So I think it's to be better, Chairperson, to end it on the positive side. Volume.
Yes, sibulalana sodwa. Obakade madoda, sibulalana sodwa. Obakade madoda, sibulalana sodwa. Obakade madoda, sibulalana sodwa. Washona pune bed, 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 sibulalana sodwa.
Thank you very much. And can you confirm that Sarah owns that building?
Yes, it's fully owned by Sarah, registered in Sarah's name, not Nyathela's name. It's a legacy for our young people and grandchildren. They now have a place where they can go and learn these technical and production skills in a safe and secure environment.
And would any of that we've just seen have been possible?
I hope that's your last point,
Yes.
Advocate Mpofu.
Yes. Would any of that have been possible without the intervention that you've described in detail of Advocate Muslim Kobana?
No ways. That's why I've said it, that if it wasn't for her, this would have never happened.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Advocate Mpofu. Thank you. That concludes the leading of evidence. I will now turn to Advocate Power to start the cross-examination.
No, sorry. Chairperson, sorry, maybe it's a slip of the tongue. The evidence leaders are not entitled to any cross-examination.
That's fine. Thank you.
You mean asking
That's fine.
questions?
Thank you, Advocate Mpofu. Advocate Bauer.
Yeah.
No, Chair, I don't know when you say thank you, whether you're agreeing with me or not.
No, your correction is.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Advocate Bauer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nyathela.
Good afternoon, Advocate.
Do you by any chance have a copy of the motion that serves before the committee with you there?
Motion that?
The motion, the motion that had been brought to the National Assembly, which is before this committee.
No, not really.
Do you know what I'm referring to?
The motion
The-
that is brought,
That is before this committee.
this, not really.
Okay. Can I maybe hand it up and see if you've seen it before?
Okay. No.
Let me take you through a few parts of it. As I understand you, and I must thank you for making yourself available to the committee today. I always find that with this job, one learns new things all the time, and your story of your life and roadies was extremely interesting. I thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
As I understand, your evidence is what is contained in your statement and what you've told the committee today.
Yes.
Right. All right. And so I'm going to ask you a few questions on this motion that's before this committee, and then we're going to go to your statement.
Okay.
Are you familiar?
Let's just pause, Advocate Bauer. Just so that you're comfortable as well and consistent. She's Advocate Bauer, Senior Counsel.
Yeah.
So you can say SC, or you can refer to me as the chair. So through the chair, so that you fly.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
All right.
Thank you.
I don't mind if you want to refer to me as SC in the same way you did to Advocate Mpofu,
Okay.
if it's more comfortable.
No, it's comfortable that way.
Right.
It's cool.
And maybe I must take a minute to explain to you, myself and my colleague, Advocate Mayosi, are practicing advocates, and we appointed to put evidence before the Committee of Parliament before which you appear today. And we have to put evidence before this committee, which is both related to, which is in general terms related to the motion.
Yes.
And that is the motion that I've provided you with. And that is the subject matter with which we have engaged for purposes of preparing for this inquiry. And so I just want to raise and check with you where your evidence would fit into the motion so that we can just locate it so that the purposes, so that the members of the committee understands it.
Okay.
Okay, right. Now, in more general terms, are you familiar with any other cases that the public protector has been involved with?
Not deep, but through reading the newspapers and all of that.
But you don't have any personal involvement,
Personal?
Yeah.
Involvement?
personal knowledge, sorry.
No, not really.
So if we will go a lot quicker. So, and I said, this is Annex A, if you see on top of the document, and it's headed charge, but it's not charge in the context of a criminal charge. I didn't select the language. So the first charge relates to the South African Reserve Bank matter. And do you have any knowledge of the South African Reserve Bank matter?
Yes, I've read about it in the newspapers.
And any personal knowledge of the South African Reserve Bank matter?
No, not. Like I've said, it's that I'm not in that space of those issues of reserve banks and all of that. And then my being here was to present about our experience with the work of the public protector, Advocate Mkhwebane, for what she did for us and our young people. So in terms of these other issues of the reserve banks and all of that, like I've said it, that those are other issues. Me being here was to put our side of the story about our experience with the Office of the Public Protector and what work Advocate Mkhwebane did for us and our young people.
Now, I understand that, Mr. Nyathela, but just for purposes of the record, and let us be clear, let me take you through the few of the charges, because it may well be that it does fit in at one level on one of the charges. And I want to be sure that you understand and we can fit it into it, because one of the charges relates to competence. And so I want to check whether that fits in there with you. If you just give me a few minutes to just run it through, I understand. The second charge, which deals with misconduct, relates to the Vrede Dairy, and you do not have any personal knowledge in respect of that matter.
No. Like I've said, I read it through the newspapers and saw it on TV and all of that.
Now, the third charge is the one I want to refer you to specifically. The heading is incompetence, right? And paragraph 7, sorry, it's page 5, Mr. Nyathela.
Page 5, okay. Yes,
The first sentence reads, Advocate Nkumbani is guilty of incompetence in that she has a demonstrated and sustained lack of knowledge to carry out an ability or skill to perform her duties effectively and efficiently. And you would, if I understood your evidence, dispute that based on your own experience.
yeah, based on our our own experience and what really transpired after going through 11 years of no intervention, no assistance, and then she comes in October 2016, and then within 6 months, what took that office 11 years is resolved, and without any fear, favor, or prejudice. So definitely dispute that, maybe for other people, but from our experience as people on the ground of from what we were subjected to, I will dispute that.
But if they are complaining about her incompetence, and I'm going to try and simplify the language, and Advocate Mpofu can interrupt me if I'm misrepresenting this.
Yeah.
If the complaint on this document relates to the initial matter of the ABSA CX report and the Freddie Dairy report, you wouldn't be able to comment in respect of that.
Absolutely.
So then that takes us through paragraph 7, right? Then in paragraph 8, they refer to 8.1, the evidence in support of charge 1 to 2, which we've already covered. 8.2, the Public Protector's Report 46 of 2018 and 19. You wouldn't have knowledge of that report.
No.
The notice of motion and the affidavits in the Financial Sector Conduct Authority. No. Sorry, Mr. Nyathela,
So
no,
no, SC.
I have to get an answer. You and I do the same
Yes.
thing. I shake my head, but for
Okay,
purposes
sorry.
of the transcriber, we must just articulate an answer.
Sorry for that.
No need to
Yeah.
apologize. In 8.3, we have the notice of motion and affidavits in the SCA case. You wouldn't have personal knowledge in respect of that.
No.
So now we come to charge 4,
At which clause?
page 9, paragraph 10.
Okay.
Right? It says the Advocate Mkubani is guilty of misconduct in that Advocate Mkubani has intimidated, harassed, and or victimized staff. You wouldn't have any knowledge, or let me ask you, do you have any knowledge of any intimidation, harassment, and or victimization of staff?
No, I don't have any knowledge about
There's a
that.
second component to that, that she had failed to protect staff in the Office of the Public Protector from intimidation, harassment, and victimization by the erstwhile CEO of the Office of the Public Protector, Mr. Vusi Mashlangu. Do you have any knowledge of personal?
No knowledge of that.
Right. And then there's a list of, but if you don't have any personal knowledge of Mr. Mashlangu, do it. We can continue from there. And then paragraph 11. Complaint is that Advocate Nkubani has committed misconduct by and or demonstrated incompetence in the performance of her duties by, and if we turn the page, 11.1, failing intentionally or in a grossly negligent manner to manage the internal capacity and resources of management staff, investigators, and outreach officers in the Office of the Public Protector effectively and efficiently. Do you have any personal knowledge of that?
No.
Paragraph 11.2, failing intentionally or in a grossly negligent manner to prevent fruitless and wasteful and or unauthorized public expenditure and legal costs.
No knowledge of that.
failing intentionally or in a grossly negligent manner to conduct the investigations and or make a decisions in a manner that ensures the independent and impartial conduct of investigations or investigators.
From our side, we never experienced that. I don't know about that.
And or by deliberately seeking to avoid making findings against or directing remedial action in respect of certain public officials while deliberately seeking to reach conclusions of unlawful conduct and impose far-reaching disciplinary measures and remedial action in respect of other officials. Even with such conclusions and or measures and or remedial action manifestly had no basis in law in fact.
Don't know about that.
And then there's certain evidence in paragraph 12, which refers to certain court cases. Do you have any personal knowledge of those? Let me take you through. Well, the first relates to the evidence in this support of charge 1, 2, and 3, which we've already covered. The affidavit of Mr. Sipelo Samuel. Have you had any dealings with Mr. Sipelo Samuel?
No,
The notice of motion and affidavits in the matter of Louisa Basani Baloy versus the public protector. Do you have any knowledge of that case?
I don't have any knowledge about that case, but I know I've met Ms. Baloy.
The court papers in the matter of the President of the Republic of South Africa versus the public protector.
I've
any
read
knowledge of
about that.
And then the court papers in the public protector versus Gordam and the economic freedom fighters versus Gordam.
I've
any-
read about that and also saw it on TV.
That is so the country has been regaled by that in different times. Thank you, Mr. I want to just clarify a few things from your affidavit while we're at it. If we go to your affidavit and we go to page.
Chairperson?
Yes, just a pause, Advocate Bauer, Advocate Mbofo.
Yes, no, so no, I didn't want to interrupt my learned friend, but I noticed, I just wanted to check, maybe it's an oversight, whether she's going through the narrow or the wide scope, because she didn't mention CR 17 and all the other charges. Usasa.
It's. Oh, Mr. Advocate Mpofu, you're entirely correct because I only printed the first 11 pages. If we could just print.
No, okay, I thought maybe we now agree that we go, not the
No, no.
Mazzoni motion, but the independent panel, but
Let's for the sake of completion, go there, so that I'm not,
thank you.
no, yeah, put it up to motion again and go to page.
Just a pause, Advocate Bauer,
It's the-
Honorable Mauta.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. Chair, I just wanted to register my apology. I need to go to the house. We've got business in the house, we're debating. So I don't want to be accused of walking out or anything like that to disrespect this committee. So please excuse us for the remainder of the day. We are going to the house sitting.
Thank you, Honorable Mauta. It's very possible to be seen to be walking out as you are going to walk out now. Thank you.
Maybe we should call the white shirts.
Honorable Advocate Bauer.
Sorry, Mr. Nyathela, I didn't print it. I looked at it. If we go down on this letter, there were further go down to paragraph 5.1. We will see that there.
Just a pause. Are you sitting, Honorable Lizzie? Yeah, I was going to ask you because the up and down is just. I've addressed that before, and I'm hoping that it's not going to continue. The witness is being disturbed. Advocate Bauer?
We've already covered, Mr. Nyathela, that you didn't have any knowledge of the matters of the CX report. Sorry, I sometimes have a problem with names and I lose it in my head. But so we haven't had you don't have any personal knowledge of the CX matter, and you don't have any personal knowledge of the Vrede matter. If we go to paragraph 5 of this letter, we see that there is further reference to the judgment of the President of South Africa versus the Public Protector. And that's commonly referred to as the CR17 matter or the Busasa matter. Do you have any personal knowledge of that matter?
I've read about it, then I've saw it on television.
In paragraph 5.2, we have the judgment and order of the High Court in the matter of the Commissioner of the South African Revenue Service versus the Public Protector. Do you have any knowledge of that?
I've read about it.
Okay. In paragraphs 4 and 5, 5.4 and 5.5, we have the judgment and order of the Supreme Court of Appeal in the Government Employees Medical Schemes versus the Public Protector. In 5.4, you have the High Court decision or the SCA decision, or both of them are actually sorry, Mr. Nyathela, I messed that question up badly. The question should be, do you have any personal knowledge of the judgment and order of the Supreme Court of Appeal in the Government Employees Medical Schemes and other versus the Public Protector judgment by the Supreme Court of Appeal?
I've read about it.
And then if you look at 5.6, I think it's the next judgment it's just the evidence in the financial sector matter. Let's go down. We've done with the Louise Baloy matter. We've dealt with the Gordon matter. Thank you. Have I covered them all, Mr. Advocate Mpofu?
Yes, well, unless we can ask Ms. Mazwani when she comes.
So if I then turn to your affidavit, and if we could go to Annex FN2, which is on page 24. And I understand most of what was talked about, it's going to come up now. Most of what you talked about are the difficulties you encountered with the Department of Arts and Culture or the National Arts and Culture body, correct?
National, yes, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and the National Arts Council.
National
Its entity. Yeah.
So when we, and your first complaint that you lodged at the Public Protector's office is what is at Annex, is the report that came out, is at Annex FN2 of your affidavit, correct?
Yes, the one of 2006.
And this is the complaint where you had sought money to take children on a trip to Atlanta. You had lodged the application for funding, and maybe I must take you to paragraph 26 of the executive summary,
Yes.
right? Sorry, no, page 26, sorry. Shepo, I'm out of practice. I'm thinking Advocate Mpofu is going to have to be doing this. Right. It is alleged that Sarah had lodged an application for funding. An official of the DAC assured the complainant telephonically that his application would be successful, but he subsequently received a letter from the DAC informing him that the application for funding was unsuccessful. The complainant alleged further that Sarah confirmed the traveling arrangements on the basis of verbal promises and guarantees by the official and requested compensation for the expenses incurred. They denied giving any assurances to fund the trip. Is that in a nutshell the complaint?
It's the complaint, but there was communication that was excluded in that report because it only states that telephonically only, but there was a letter that came from the department, even asking us that the department, stating that the department is concerned whether the project is still continuing, all of that. And then that letter also, it was omitted in this report. That's where we had an issue with Ms. Mokhaladi because this letter was deliberately omitted. And the other thing also that was omitted, it was the communication between the department and the travel agent was also excluded in this whole report.
So what this report then does is there's then a mediation which the public protector facilitates,
Yes.
right? And in that mediation that then gets facilitated, if one goes on in the report, right? If you go to right? Paragraph 5 on page 8 of the report. No, it's page, that's record 31. And you covered a lot of the detail in direct, so I just want to take you to certain parts of the report. If we see at 5.31, it deals with compensation to SARA by DAC for that Atlanta trip, January 25. I'm trying to point out to you, these were the issues that was the subject matter of the mediation.
Yes, it was part of that.
It was that. And then the second item, which is on the next page, at page 32. Right? It's the lack of acknowledgement and responses by DAC to the correspondence received from SARA.
Yes.
And they
see?
acknowledged that that was a problem.
Yes.
Right. Then on the third page, or the next page, page 33, there was assistance to SARA by the DAC to strengthen the international relations. That was a request that you had made. And funding by DAC for international trips for youth affiliates in 5.3.4. And then 5.3.5, funding for operation and administrative costs. Right?
Yes, I see.
And then if you correct, those were the three issues that form the subject of the mediation.
Yes.
Then at 5.3.6, on the three items listed in paragraphs 5.3.3 to 5.3.5, it was agreed that the DAC would facilitate a meeting between itself and SARA to discuss and reach agreement on how they would deal with these issues.
Yes, you're correct.
Then on the next page is the issue on the request for assistance to renovate the SARA house. Now this was the house that you had bought for R1 million.
Yes.
And that's the pictures we now saw of it renovated 27 million rand later.
Yes,
Am I-
see, you
I
are
follow?
correct. Yes.
Ah, well done. Okay. Right. Right. And then here it's detailed that you had made an application for funding to DAC for assistance to renovate the house. And they had indicated that they didn't have a budget to assist SARA with funding for infrastructure and renovation to their premises, but would facilitate this request through an appropriate funding agency.
Yes,
Right.
correct.
And then it was agreed at the meeting that the involvement of the public protector was concluded. And that the public protector would issue a report incorporating the decisions taken at the meeting.
Yes,
That's
see, yeah, correct.
Then, if we go to your next document, FN3, and we go to page 37. Right? Go to 1.3.5. Before FN3 was a settlement agreement you concluded on the 1st of April 2014. Correct?
Come again? Sorry.
If we go back 2 pages, page 35, quickly. This is a settlement agreement that you concluded. If you go down, it was concluded on 1 April 2014.
Yes.
Now let's go to page 37. It followed on a previous settlement agreement at 1.3.5. Talks about the previous settlement agreement, which is an agreement signed on 17 February 2012 between the department and SARA and PPSA, a mediation settlement agreement pursuant to section 4D of the Act, which was facilitated by the PPSA.
Yes,
So you had an agreement in 2012, as I understand it, the department didn't meet all the condition, all the,
didn't
the-
implement
didn't im-
what was agreed upon.
so then you went back to the public protector's office
Yes,
and they then facilitated the second agreement, which is this April agreement of 2014.
yes, yes.
And the terms of this previous settlement agreement, one sees from paragraph, go on, page 40. From 2.2, they talk about what the previous settlement agreement involved. Correct?
2.2.
It says in the previous settlement agreement, the following was included. The 850,000 that they had to pay, that you had to submit a proposal for funding for the renovations. That you would submit a report and audit financial statements. Does this ring a bell, Mr. Nyathela?
Yes,
Right, if we go down. Right, go further down, it sets out all the conditions of the agreement, and then you go to 2.23. As a result of the PPSA's response to the complaint lodged with it by SARA and the PPSA copied to DAC subsequently exchanged communications during the period up to from November 2012 through to July 2013, on which date the parties met at the office of the PPSA under the chairpersonship of the DPP and reviewed the matters arising in respect of the complaint lodged by SARA in respect of the previous settlement agreement. The meeting was recorded. Do you recall having that meeting,
yes,
Mr. Nyathela?
yes, yes.
And from that, as I understand it, this new agreement came about,
Came about, yes.
right? And then we look at what was recorded in the new agreement. And if we go to page 43. We see that in paragraph 3. The objectives of the agreement was to put the complaint lodged by SARA to rest and amicably resolve all issues attended to it. Implement the DAC commitments to SARA made variously was the first objective, correct?
Yes,
Right. For the DPP to have oversight in respect of monitoring the progress of the objectives and the outcomes of the agreement and to put in place an appropriate monitoring mechanism. Correct?
correct, yes,
Then to ensure that DAC operates in strict accordance with the Beto-Pello principles and that 5, that they commit to SARA's proposals within 30 days of receipt. And then on the next page comes the agreement. Right? And it contemplates that you will submit a request for funding of its projects in the form of a proposal with documentation,
Yes.
which
see?
which DAC would then consider.
Yes.
And in the next paragraph, they would agree in keeping with its existing agreement with IDT, the Industrial Development Trust, facilitate the process to evaluate the needs of SARA in regard to structural renovations of SARA's house.
Yes. Yes.
Right? And then in 4.13, read with consistent with clause 4.19 below, immediately consider and intervene to remedy the health and safety and security risks uncovered at the SARA house.
Yes. Yes.
Right? Now that was what they had agreed to do in 2012 with the initial agreement, correct?
Correct.
And that is what amounted to 15 million. Would that be correct?
Yes.
So DAC had agreed to do that in 2014, but had not complied with that agreement at that stage.
Agree.
Agreed?
Yes.
I'm just making sure I understand.
Yes.
Because I want to make sure that the committee understands the flow.
Okay.
Okay, that's why I'm putting it to you like that,
Yes.
to do that. Okay. Right? So if we go to 4.19, the DAC shall submit to PPSA a detailed project implementation plan in regard to the intervention of the IDT and other bodies and its proposals regarding assisting with the removal of the health, safety, security risk uncovered at the SARA house by close of business on Tuesday, 15th April. That's what it is.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So that's the agreement as you see below, which is signed, go down by yourself, the then DG of Go Down, DAC, and the Deputy Public Protector, Mr. Malungu,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So we've had the 2012 agreement, the 2014 agreement, and now we come to the next one. You then lodged a complaint in 2014. I'm trying to do this chronologically so that we can just see where it goes. You lodged the complaint in 2014 against the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for allegations of non-assistance by the MEC or no response on a dispute that the complainant had with the department.
Come again. Which one?
On the 3rd of April in 2014, did you lodge a complaint about the DAC again in respect of non-compliance?
Not. Yes.
So that was shortly after the agreement was concluded in 2014.
On
3 April
3 April.
2014.
Yes, we lodged a complaint of against the department.
And the MEC for not assisting.
MEC.
Yeah,
Which one are you referring to?
Provincial Arts, Culture and Sport.
Where is that?
Not linked with that. Separate complaint.
Uh,
Do you not recall that?
I don't recall that.
Let me move on. Right? In May of 2016. Right?
Oh, no. That one you're referring to is of the provincial government. No, it was a separate one, a separate matter. Because also on that one, it was on the office of the public protector, Gauteng office.
That's correct.
That, no, I remember that one. It was on a different matter. We were vindicated also on that one.
And that was lodged before Advocate Nkubani came into office.
Yes, if I remember correctly, yes.
Then you lodged a complaint in May 2016 before Advocate Nkubani came into office, where you lodged the complaint and Advocate Mkubani then came into office and she issued a closing report. Do you recall that?
Which one?
She issued a closing report that you then took on review.
It was the
was-
of the cat sitter and Department of Higher Education and Training.
That's correct.
Yes.
So
Yes.
you took that report on review.
Yes, we did.
Advocate Mkubani issued a closing report and it went to court and that was then set aside. The report.
No, yes, because the Office of the Public Protector withdrew the matter and yeah, paid the cost.
We then come to I think I'm at number 6 now, I counted it correctly, is the report that is issued in 2017, which is attached to your affidavit at page 47. This is the one that you said Mr. Lamini was the investigator,
Oh, yes,
right?
regarding the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture.
If you just give me a second. And this one went to court and the opposition, the application was then withdrawn and the report stood.
The one of the department,
Yes.
the one that was finally made an order of the court.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Now let me take you to page 49 of this report. Right? FN4. Yeah. Right? If we go to page 49, and we go to number Roman numeral 4. It says there on analysis of the complaint, the following issues were identified and investigated. Do you see that, Mr. Nyathela?
Yes, is it?
Tell me if I go too fast.
No, sorry, yeah, no.
We sometimes don't appreciate when we're asking the questions that we may go
No,
too fast.
yeah,
Whether the department, so these were the issues. The first issue is whether the department improperly failed or unduly delayed in implementing the settlement agreement that had been signed before. That was the first issue.
yes, that was the first issue.
The second issue was whether the department improperly failed to fund or render financial assistance to SARA on the following issues. And then they list a few issues. One is strengthen international relations, funding operational and administrative costs. And then the third one, funded operational and administrative costs in respect of 3 orchestras and discriminated against SARA.
Yes, that's it.
That wasn't included in your previous complaints, correct? The issue of the orchestras.
No, yes, the issue of the orchestras came because the department was saying they don't fund for operations and administration cost. And then we brought the evidence saying that, but the department, you saying that you don't fund for operations and admin, but here are these orchestras are being supported for admin.
Just a pause. Yeah, oh, John, don't
Yes.
kiss it like
So-
yesterday,
Yeah.
but I like continue with the energy
Yes.
and the voice.
Yeah. So here are these orchestras, they are being funded for operations and admin. That's why those orchestras were mentioned and put in that report, because when Mr. Dlamini made his investigation, he found out that it's true what Sarah has submitted, that the orchestras, these 3 orchestras, are being given funding for operations and admin.
So, but this was the first time it came before the public protector, the issue of the orchestra specifically.
Yes,
So then if we go on to D, the 4th complaint was whether the department improperly failed to acknowledge receipt and respond to correspondence with Sarah. I think in that one, the public protector found that the department had in fact been corresponding and responding to your correspondence.
yes, it was after, but when you check from the report of 2006, the department acknowledged that they were not responding to our communication. They were like ignoring our communication. It was late after now it has reached this stage that now they were trying to be seen to be responding to our communication.
So by the time you had lodged your 4th complaint with the public protector, when this one got investigated, they concluded that in fact, I think it's at 6.3.2 on page 88, that they were more responsive than what they had previously been.
Yes.
Right. Then, sorry, let me not go off. Then the 4th item, which was whether the department had improperly failed to acknowledge receipt and respond to correspondence from Sarah. That was the issue. And then the 5th item was whether the complainant was prejudiced, whether Sarah had been prejudiced by the department's conduct. Correct?
Yes.
So 4 out of the 5, the public protector found in your favor.
Yes, I see.
Okay. And at the same time, when you had lodged this complaint, you lodged this complaint on the 23rd of January, 2017. Do you recall that?
Which complaint?
The complaint that Mr. Dlamini investigated.
Yes,
You lodged it on the 23rd of January and you got your report on the 19th of June.
yes. In January, we wrote to the public protector informing her that the department is failing to implement. It was not like the main complaint. They were failing to implement the settlement agreement that was signed on 1st April 2014.
Okay. Then on the same day as you lodged this complaint, you also lodged the complaint in respect of the National Arts Council.
Same year, yes, yes,
Correct?
yes,
So there was 2 complaints. The one you got 6 months later and the other one you only got 3 years later.
3 years later, yes,
That one you got on the 15th of June, 2020.
yes,
And that is the report which is attached as FN6 at page 95 of your affidavit. Now, this report was also challenged, correct? They also brought an application to have this report set aside.
yes, by the National Arts Council.
So the National Arts Council sought to have it set aside and then they withdrew their notice.
Yes,
But the CEO, what's her name? Mangopi.
yes,
She also brought a separate application to have it set aside.
yes,
And if I go just for the members' information at the moment. If I take them to the summary of judgments and orders pending, this is a summary which the evidence leaders had provided when we had led the evidence of Mr. Satauli, just so that we can contextualize it. And if I take you to item 78 on the page. I think you must go down, Shepherd. You're at 68. Right? So, Mr. Satauli, Mr. Nyathela had assisted us in providing a schedule of all the court cases which the public protector is involved in, and that on December of 2021, it's spelled correctly. I realize that it's Miss Mangopi, Rosemary Mangopi, not Mogali.
Which one?
Number 78, yes. Right. She also brought an application. Go down to the further columns. Right at the end. She brought an application to have this report set aside.
Yes, Ms. Mangope, yes.
And as I understand it, you filed answering papers in that matter.
Yes, we did, like we did with the one that was filed by the National Arts Council. Yes,
The National Arts Council's withdrawn, but this one has not yet been resolved. Is that correct?
no. Ms. Mangope has also withdrawn
Has she?
recently, yeah, sure. Because they had no choice but to withdraw. Like I've said, that would have, it was putting them in a very, very, very tight corner. Because in their papers, they committed perjury. So we made it aware to them that, hey, you're busy relying on this expired project and surplus police, whilst what transpired is that that policy, by that time, when they made the application on Sarah's name without Sarah's consent, it didn't exist. This policy only came into effect on the 22 May 2015. And then this application was submitted to ESCO on the 9th of March 2015. So they were being dishonest, and then we put it in our papers, and then they saw that, hey, it's big trouble here. They had to backtrack.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nyathela. I think the information we had been provided might not be complete. Mr. Satauli had informed us that the public protector did not get involved in this litigation. They didn't file an affidavit.
They didn't file, yes.
They
it's
did
true.
nothing.
Yes, they didn't file
Yeah.
the
It was
it's us who first filed the papers.
and Mr. Satauli had then it doesn't matter. The matter doesn't exist anymore. Right. So then the next one, right, is the one you referred to, the Gauteng Provincial Office in the respect of the irregular billing of the city of Johannesburg.
Yes.
That was also resolved in your favor,
Yes.
correct? And I think Mr. Baloy was the investigator there.
Yes, Mr. Stuart Baloy, yes.
Then you indicated to us that a closing report was filed by the acting public protector in relation to the allegations on the policy.
On the policy, yes.
Yes, right. That was what Advocate Mpofu had asked you about earlier on.
Yes, yes, I see.
Now, as I understand it, and Shippo, if we go to item 180. New items. Yes, I've loaded an item into 180. Prior to this closing report, Advocate Nkubani had addressed correspondence to you indicating her intention to issue a closing report. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And I just want to put that up. And that was, go down, we'll just take you through it. It's a discretionary notice on an investigation into allegations of the failure by the Office of the Auditor General to investigate the complaint.
Yes.
Correct? So she sends you this notice and she tells you in paragraph 1, she's in the process of finalizing this investigation that you have brought, and to provide you with a report on the outcome, and then go down. She tells you had lodged this complaint in September 2019, and the nature of the complaint is then set out. Go down. Correct? If you disagree with me at any stage,
Yes, correct. I see.
go further down. The investigation was carried out in terms of the Constitution. Go down, Shepo. Right. And she then sets out the investigation process. Go down to paragraph 8. Stop. Go up. Oh, sorry, just go up one more paragraph. Go down. She says in paragraph 7.1.3, I'm about to conclude my investigation, and based on the information and evidence obtained during the course thereof, I'm now in a position to make findings.
Yes.
Correct? And then go down. She then sets out what they are. Go further down. Issues in dispute. She sets out what the Auditor General's response had been. Go further down. Let's go past the table. I just want to set out the steps. I'm not really worried about the substance of the complaint. Go down. Stop at the conclusion. She had set out what information she had, and then she says, based on the above, it appears that save for the allegation relating to the NAC abusing funds through the use of the expired projects and surplus policy to redeploy undeclared surplus funds, the further allegations raised by you differ from the allegations that you raised with the AGSA. The AGSA denies that you raised the allegations. Go down. And then says, drawing from the response that we received from the AGSA, the issues they allege you raised with them were addressed, and the AGSA also share the audit outcomes with you. And she then says, I'm not convinced that your complaint is substantiated, and you are requested to provide me with further evidence that you may have should you disagree with those conclusions. And you are then given 10 working days within which to provide that information.
Yes. I see.
Correct?
Yes, correct.
And kindly note that in terms of 7.2, the notice is confidential that she sent you. Go
Yes.
further down. And this was sent to you. Go down. I just want to get the date. I think the date's at the bottom on the 5th of January, 2021.
Yes, I see.
So you had lodged this complaint in September 2019. In January 2021, the public protector indicated to you that she was going to conclude. She was closing it. You had to provide her with further information.
Yes.
And you then provided that further information.
He did respond to that discretionary notice, and at the same time requested for a meeting, and then the meeting was offered virtually, and unfortunately the investigator was not present in that meeting, and from what we presented led to the public protector instructing that there must be further investigations.
And so there was a further investigation, and that then resulted in the closing report that was now issued by the acting public protector.
Again, now what happened with this closing setup? We were again not offered we were not interviewed. No information, more information was requested from us. And then we requested for extra time to submit our response. And then we submit our response 3 minutes to 6 minutes past 4, following day before 10 o'clock closing report. That means we have wasted our time responding and all that. And then I'm definitely sure that if advocate Kwabane was there, he would, this thing would have never happened. He would have given us an opportunity to clarify our matter like she did before. But with this one, nothing of that sort has happened. And then here we have been prejudiced big time.
Mr. Nyathela,
Thank
do
you.
you know-
On that note,
One question.
we'll take
I'm
a
going to close that one, sorry.
15 minutes break, but there will last your one question before that.
Do you know if the Office of the Public Protector received your submissions?
Yeah, they did receive it.
How do you-
I know because the email didn't bounce. We've been dealing with that office for a long time. If they didn't receive it, they would have informed us. And then the other thing, fun enough, with this complaint or the if you can look at our read our response to this discretionary letter. That's why they could not respond, because we laid it down. Because here, what is happening, we also state that their closing of this report, it contradicts the report that was issued against the National Arts Council regarding this expired project and surplus police. And the other thing, in this matter of the Auditor General, it's a fact that the Auditor General officials or office, what they did, they gave the National Arts Council clean audits, whilst this unlawful policy existed. That's why it was agreed also in a meeting with the Committee on Auditor General, in a meeting that was held here in Parliament in 2019, October, that let's wait for the report of the Public Protector. And then if the report finds that this policy is unlawful, so AG, you have to come back here and explain why you missed this unlawful policy. And then immediately when the report was issued, I submitted it to the secretary of the portfolio of the standing committee or of the Auditor General, copied it its chairperson, Mr. Somyo, and they never responded till today, because the main thing is to cover up this looting scheme, title expired project and surplus policy, which is unlawful. And then we don't understand, why is this policy protected and at whose expense?
Take a break. Thank you for 15 minutes.
Recording stopped.
had lodged a complaint on the 11th of March 2020. That is the complaint you referred to against the previous Speaker of the National Assembly, to which you told Advocate Mpofu about already.
Yes.
Right? Now, have I missed any complaints? Have I covered them all?
No, you've covered them all,
Okay, so-
but can I comment on
Sure.
that one? Oh,
I thought we covered it with Advocate Mpofu that it's still pending and that they haven't yet answered your.
Yeah, no, the one that is pending is of the speaker, but I wanted to comment on that one of
Mr.
that,
Nkabinde.
that closing report. It was reversed, and then we had an ADR, Ms. Nkabinde,
Mr. Nkabinde, yeah.
set up an ADR meeting, and then it was resolved there. And then the issues that we complained about were resolved, and finally the department has implemented what we have complained about.
So in addition, if I understood from your evidence in direct that you had lodged complaints with the Office of the Public Protector, you had lodged complaints with the Hawks, the Portfolio Committee, the Speaker's Office,
Yes.
and I think you've also lodged complaints with the Minister of Finance.
No, yes, we did complain to the Minister of Finance, sure, regarding this policy of expired project and surplus policy. Unfortunately, even there at the Treasury, we never even got a response.
Was there anywhere else that you complained about it that I've missed?
Presidency?
Presidency, National Treasury,
Yes, National Treasury, isn't that falls with
the
the
Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance? It was at that time Minister Tito Mboweni.
And when you deal with the Office of the Public Protector, you're fairly diligent in following up with the investigators on the status of your reports.
Absolutely.
And so every couple of weeks, you ask them for an update on the report.
Yes, because their policy is that we must be issued within update within 6 weeks. So we'll definitely, because 2 months or 3 months will pass without even getting an update, like with this issue of this, what do you call, closing reports for this complaint of the Auditor General. Hey, we had to, meaning keep on writing to get an update, and then we get one line, not even a detail from the investigator.
And the investigator in that matter, you had lodged a complaint about her, correct?
Yes.
And there was an investigation done, but when Advocate Nkubani comes and gives evidence, I'll deal with that with her. Right now, in respect of Ms. Moghaladi, you had referred to a transcript of the evidence which had occurred at a meeting which had taken place.
Yes.
Right. What was the nature of what Ms. Moghaladi had said that you had found to be offensive?
Like for instance, there's another line there where she says that, yeah, no, Mr. Nyathela, every day, every Mondays, he'll be here at the office to ask for an update. That's an example of why, how can I be at the Public Protector's office every Monday? Huh? And then you can see by that, it's in the transcript.
So we managed to get hold of a transcript. I'm going to ask Sepa to put it up for us, to do that.
Depends which one.
It's item what on the Dropbox? Oh, sorry. Number what is it?
Chair,
Advocate Mpofu?
yeah, no, I just wanted to indicate that also I'm seeing this for the first time, but Ms. Bauer did indicate after lunch that she had found it, but I have not had opportunity to see it. So I won't object as such unless if there's something contentious. But
Chair, just maybe to put on record that I haven't really looked at it either, but I don't really want the witness to have to come back.
how are you putting it up then?
My co-evidence leader has looked at it. It is what it is, Advocate Mpofu.
Okay,
Don't change the words on it.
Both of you have not seen it.
yes.
I won't,
Okay.
no, I don't want to misrepresent
That's
it.
fine.
I glanced at some of the pages,
All
but
right.
can I say that in Advocate Mpofu's, in Mr. Nyathela, if I take you to your affidavit at paragraph 62. Yeah. Right. I'm going to read it to you. I don't know if you've got a copy of your affidavit there with you. Sorry, we'll put it up. No, okay, we'll put it up. It'll be easier for you. Paragraph 62. You say in paragraph 62, finally, during my oral evidence, I'm going to place on the record the bad treatment I've received from various officials, and at number 1 is Ms. Mokhaladi's name. And then we go to paragraph 63. I also intend to place before the inquiry the record where Ponat Sheikh Mokhaladi was making demeaning remarks about me. I've been watching the proceedings of this committee in pain for the past few months. Were you referring to the demeaning remarks that you consider that occurred in the exchange between her and Advocate Mpofu?
Not only that, but also, you say you have the transcript there.
I do. Were you referring to the transcript?
Yeah, including the transcript, including also now what also confirmed it is this closing report of the Auditor General's complaint. Ms. Mokhaladi was not the investigator of that complaint. Ms. Mokhaladi was on what suspension or something when this complaint. Ms. Mokhaladi just came late. That's why the investigator in that report, closing report, is not mentioned Veronica Pillay. It's now Ms. Mokhaladi. And then we knew immediately when Ms. Mokhaladi got involved that the trouble begins now. And then I'll take you back because you say you have read that transcript.
No, I say I've got the transcript.
I can read you
Okay.
one line.
Right, so
It's number 20 of that transcript, just to give you a heads up in terms of another misconduct of Ms. Mokhaladi. Can I read it?
No,
Oh,
please hold back. Advocate Bauer is trying to, so that you follow her. Advocate Bauer?
To the question that let's keep it on for those of us who are seeing it for the first time.
The mic.
sorry, Mr. Nyathela, let us take this slowly so that we're all on the same page.
okay.
And so let me also place on record that, as I said to Advocate Mpofu, this was not put to Ms. Mokhaladi, and we don't know what her view is or her opinion is on this. And in fairness, I have placed it on record that what you say we're going to put to her so that she has an opportunity to put her part, if she so wishes, to the inquiry as a matter of fairness.
Yes.
But because I had understood that you were going to refer to documentation from your affidavit, I had asked the secretariat to request such from the advocate and Paul for them, and I didn't get a response, and admittedly, I didn't follow up with the secretariat, so I had assumed that if there was something, we would have gotten it.
Chair, sorry, again, just for clarity, yeah.
Yes.
Because maybe I owe this explanation. It is true that the reference that Advocate Bauer referred to included, as the witness said earlier, this record, because it was referred to in our consultation. All I was saying is that we never got to actually have it. We were told about it as the committee has been told, but if we had it, we would have attached it. So it's simply because we didn't have it physically. That's why I'm saying I'm seeing it for the first time. But it is what was being referred to. That's why I was able to know who Ms. Mokhaladi was talking to, Advocate Madumis and so on, because that was explained to us.
Mike.
Sorry, it's 46 pages, but although I haven't read it. So although I haven't read it, Advocate Mayosi has read it in the lunch part of the lunch adjournment, and she's identified certain portions. And but maybe you should take us to what you find to have been problematic in the transcript. So we're gonna start at page 810 of the record. That's where Ms. Mokhaladi starts, right? Where she introduces herself, and we're gonna scroll it slowly. Just tell us to stop at any stage, Mr. Nyathela, if you want to draw something to our attention as we go through it. We only really need to see what Ms. Mokhaladi says, I think. So when it's not Ms. Mokhaladi, you can go a bit faster. Stop. Okay, go.
You said something about 20. Is that the 20?
Sorry, Chair, if I may, yes, I'm also coming to that. Yes, I think that's line 20. Well, every page is line 20. Maybe Miss Advocate Mayosi can help us if she knows where that reference about the every Monday and all that.
We didn't find it.
We didn't find it.
Go to 20.
Yes. Just go down slowly.
Go down slowly and
Show me your mic, so.
Sorry.
Yes.
To Commissioner. Ms. Mokhaladi.
Go down. Focus on Ms. Mokhaladi.
Oh, there's couple of 20.
Chair, at the top of the page of the transcript, there is a page number. Perhaps Mr. Nyathela can tell us what page the line 20 is on.
Top. Oh, 31.
You say 31.
Page
31.
31.
31.
31, yeah.
Okay. Tsepo, did you get that? Or are you walking there?
31. Yeah. Yeah, and then there. Mokhaladi. Yes, we must. I was telling you.
and
Advocate Bauer, it's you and Mr. Nyathela, please. So
Is this the only comment in the transcript?
No, it's not the only, because
Okay.
in other also a transcript. So we did take out some snippets and some of the biasness of Ms. Mokhala. This is not the only point, but there were like 2 to 3 transcripts of different meetings that didn't, where Sarah was not present. It was the meetings that between the public protector, Cat Sita, and Department of Higher Education and Training. And in most of those meetings, they were chaired by Ms. Mokhaladi. That's when we picked up that, and after we were taking this closing report of this matter on review. That's when we were able to access this transcript. And then as we were going through, we then come across the codes that were attributed to Ms. Mokhaladi, which were just out of line, like this one. Only this. Let's focus on this one. Would any person be at the public protector's office every Mondays to what is that? What do you call? Yes, we must. I was telling you that we need to finish it off. Mr. Nyathela will be here on Monday. Every Monday morning he comes here. Meaning every Monday now, from Joburg to Pretoria. Just what is that? And then this are not only the challenges that we had with Ms. Mokhaladi. That's why when I heard that today Mr. Mokhaladi will be understanding, I said, I'm doing nothing. I'm just going to listen. I don't want to repeat what I said yesterday about the woman and all of that. I said, here's this person. Let me now listen, because I knew that this one, something will be, because it's a fact. We don't play a man or what, but Ms. Mokhaladi, he had an axe to grind against me and Sarah from the first time I met her in the meeting, the ADR meeting that led to the report of 2016, when I challenged her for taking sides.
Sorry, Mr. Nyathela, you understand that I wanted to get this straight, but you accept that Ms. Mokhaladi is not the subject matter of this inquiry. So I do want to move on to just clarifying a few more things with you.
Okay.
And if you were described as a persistent complainant, what would your comment be?
No, I'm not a persistent complaint. We complain. Where must we go? That office, public protect, it's our office. It's for the public. Where must, Advocate Bauer, let me tell you and this honorable members here, if we had financial muscle, we had long have stopped this, would have taken this department straight to court and won, would have taken them to the highest court, because this has been not only abuse of power, this has been also trampling on our constitutional rights and the Bill of Rights. Not only the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, including the Department of Higher Education and Training, including this Parliament, including all this government institute, not even having a decency to respond to us or even acknowledge our response. Huh? It's
So-
taking us back. Let us leave it there.
That let us try and get to some conclusion. Can I
Yes.
take you to, Shepherd, just put up 177, which is some emails. I just want to, as I understand it, and the public protector office needs to respond to you on a complaint within every 6 weeks or so, correct?
Yes.
And so I just want to, so that they can understand it, I've just taken one caption of the exchange that occurs between Sarah and the public protector in the emails. And it starts from the bottom going up on the emails. And this has got to do with your Katsita application. And it says, "Dear Mr. Nyathela, please find attached Katsita affidavit advert calling for applications." Now we go up, right? Who's training, Mr. Nyathela? I see the training.
Training, it was Bernard Sibotomo from our organization.
Right. So there is a meeting. This is not, I mean, there are similar emails that goes back before December 2019, but I just took a point in time to make a point, just to demonstrate it. You met with the public protector on the 9th of December 2019, correct?
Yes.
Regarding the complaint. And then you forwarded, it was also forwarded to Ms. Mokhaladi. You are aware, I think, that Ms. Mokhaladi was not. My page on Ms. Mokhaladi's. Ms. Mokhaladi was suspended in October 2019 and came back in March 2021. So she wasn't in office during this period.
During this period,
Yeah.
yes.
Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Right. So you then asked him if there's more information and you send this off in December 2019, go up. All right. You then, and Ms. Sefako was the investigator in this
Yes,
matter, correct?
reporting under
On the 6th of January, you provide them with an attachment and you ask for an update as per the meeting held with the PP on the 9th of December. That's about a month later,
yes.
correct? Right, and then go up. You then on the 30th of January, you say communications on the 9th. Please note that you request an update regarding this unfortunate matter, correct? Move up. Ms. Sefako then responds on the same day and she says, "We've written to both Casita and DHET regarding further allegations. We have requested the records." So she responds to you on the same day. Right. Move up. You then on 24th of February, you ask for an update. Correct?
Yes.
Right. Move up. She responds on the same day and she tells you what's going on in the matter. And she says, "We will provide further feedback in due course." All right, go
Yes.
up. You then in 19th of May, please note that Sarah will highly appreciate an update. You ask her again, "Much obliged," go up. And she responds, I just want to see the date. Let me see if we can see the date, go up. On the 20th, she gives you a update. That there are still outstanding pieces of information and not all staff has returned to the workforce as yet. Go up. We're now in May 2020. I think that's sort of just on the cups of after the first lockdown. In June, she says that we've requested outstanding records from the department and there'd been delays. And the DPP's asked for a briefing. That's on the 29th of June. Go up. In August, we refer to the above matter. there have been unacceptable delays in the department for providing us with records. We will revert with a further update. So she gives you an update in June. Go on. You respond to her on the 11th of August. Correct? You see that?
Yes, correct.
I'm not
See,
getting a yes from you,
so-
so I'm a
sorry,
bit worried
sorry,
about the
sorry.
record. I want to be
Yes,
seeming to be,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
sorry. I know it's getting late and you're probably getting tired, Mr. Nyathela. I'll try and wrap it up soon. Go up. Right, and you respond to her on the 13th of August. And you ask her for a further update. Go up. You then ask your provider with a link for further information on the 24th of August. Go up. On the 25th of August, she responds and acknowledges and thanks you. Correct?
Correct, that's it.
Right. And then we go up. On the 1st of October, you ask her for a further update. Go up. And then on the 2nd of October, she tells you they've received further submissions and they're busy with that. Go up. On the 6th of November, you ask for a further update, correct?
Correct, that's it.
Go up. She then tells you on the 10th of November, the report was concluded and it's been undergoing process of quality checks. Correct?
Correct, that's it.
Right, go up. And then you inquire from her on the 10th of November to advise if this will be the final report or they'll be issuing a section 7(9) notice. Correct?
Correct, that's it.
Right, and then go up. And she then tells you there's discussions going on regarding this investigation. They're still working on the matter on the 19th of November, correct?
Correct, that's it.
Right, and go up. She then asks you for further documentation in respect of earlier communications between yourself and Katsita in September, correct?
Correct, that's it.
Right, go up. You provided to her a few days later or the same day, I missed the date, go up. She acknowledges receipt, go up. And you then inquire on the 22nd of December. You respond, and I think the report came out on the 21st of December was the closing report that the public protector had issued,
Yes,
correct?
correct, that's it.
So in the space of that year, and Mr. Nyathela, different complaints had different levels of communication. So some investigators would respond more regularly than others.
Yes,
That's correct. And you would generally communicate with the investigator who's dealing with the report itself, and you would include the senior investigator or the EM, or sometimes you would include Mr. Kabinda in the PP's office as well.
yes,
That would be the pattern on each complaint that you would inquire every few weeks.
yes, yes,
Would that be a fair assessment of?
yes.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I'm asking you if I'm correct.
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay. Then. When your building opened, right? What date was it? The opening of the building?
It was in February. I don't remember the exact date.
24th? Could it be?
I don't remember the exact date. I don't want to.
17th.
Let me check, sorry. I wonder if. No, I cannot find it here.
Okay, but it was February 2022.
Yeah, this year.
And you said that the public protector couldn't come to the opening because of this inquiry.
Maybe preparing about it, and I don't know the reasons exactly why she was unable to come
Okay.
to the select.
You don't know the reasons, but I thought you had said under direct it was because she was busy with the inquiry.
Maybe was busy with this preparing for this because there were a lot of things happening around that time.
Can we put 179 on the screen, please? So you just surmised it was about the inquiry, Mr. Nyathela?
Mm. Because by the time this process was starting to take place, isn't it?
No, Mr. Nyathela.
Yeah.
No, this process wasn't yet. Well, I wasn't appointed at that time, so I can't tell you offhand. But I just wanted to know what informed your view that it was linked to this process that she didn't come to the opening of the building. Must I repeat the question, Mr. Nyathela?
Yes.
Now I asked what informed your view that it was because of this process that she had not come to the opening of the building?
Because I thought it was during this time when these issues were in the media and all of that, of the impeachments and all of that. So I thought he was busy engaging on those matters. That includes this process.
So you had just assumed it was that?
Combination of things, including that, not only this, because by that time there were a lot of things happening concerning her.
Like what else, Mr. Nyathela?
It was all over the newspapers regarding some of the things that you were reading to me that on that document, those cases, everything, those issues that were in the media regarding other reports and all of that, and court cases, etc.
So here's a memorandum that was prepared by the acting chief operations officer to the public protector in relation to your invitation. It would be correct, it was the ceremonial opening of the newly renovated and upgraded Sarah House. Just go down, right?
Yes. Yeah, from what I read here now, yes.
Chair.
Advocate Mpofu, pause Advocate Bauer.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't intervene earlier because I didn't want to be seen to be answering for the witness, but I just wanted to place on record what is common cause that on the 4th of February, the judgment of the Constitutional Court came out, and then your committee sat on the 22nd for the first time thereafter, quote unquote, to resume the process. Some part of that is controversy in court, but that's just what was happening in February around this process.
Advocate Kofa, I don't take issue about it. And obviously Advocate Ngubani couldn't be in Johannesburg and Kimberley on the same day. We
Yeah.
accept that.
No, that's not the point I'm making. I'm making the point that what the witness is saying, that there was a lot
No.
happening around the impeachment process.
I don't take issue with all of that. That was his assumption that he looked at it and she had all these things going on. But
Okay.
the actual reality was she
Yeah.
couldn't be in two places at the same time.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Switch on your mic, Mr. Nyathela.
Thanks,
Advocate
Chair.
Bauer.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Nyathela. I have no further questions. Can I thank you for your assistance to this committee and to this process?
Thanks, SC.
Okay. Thank you. I can take your water, Mr. Nyathela.
Thanks, Chair.
We're almost there.
Yeah, no.
We're almost there. I am now going to proceed, honorable members, and come to you for whatever questions you have that you would want to pose to Mr. Nyathela. Can I note those that are interested to engage with Mr. Nyathela's evidence? I see Honorable Tlape. Honorable Tlagude. Yeah, Mananiso. Anybody else on the virtual? No one on the virtual. Honorable Kijimanis Kosan. Kijimanis Kosan. Honorable Lucipo. Is that the hand, Honorable Maneli? Oh, Honorable Maneli. In that order, colleagues. The time now is 16:30. I start with Honorable Tlape.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the members of this committee, the PP and the team, and everybody who's attending this meeting today. Ntate Nyathela, ke a dumedisa.
Dumela.
Let me thank you also for a substantive evidence that you put before this committee since yesterday. I just have two questions, Chairperson. And for some reason, one question was touched by the evidence leader. I will confine myself to these two. I had three actually. Now, Ntate Nyathela, the committee has the responsibility of determining the misconduct or incompetence of the PP, as alluded on the motion, and the determination of this is done on a cumulative basis. As you have seen that there's so many evidence, people that came to give evidence cumulatively so. And same can also be said about being competent. It is a matter of pulling up evidence. I just want to find out from you, what is the cumulative substance of the submission that you made that the PP is competent? Do I proceed to the second question?
Maybe let's deal with the first one.
First one, yeah.
All right.
Did you get that, Mr. Nyathela? Can you repeat that? Just be more precise, your question, Honorable Mangetsi Tlape.
Ntate Nyathela, we had so many people coming here to give evidence previously. And we are looking at this committee as our mandate on the cumulative or the number of evidence that were given in terms of whether the PP is competent or incompetent, whether the PP is having a misconduct to respond to or not. I'm saying out of everything that we have given for us since yesterday, what will be your cumulative substance on submission on the competency of the PP? And I'm asking this in Nyathela because we only spoke about Memo Khaladi Ponatejo, about issues around her inability to assist you in time and everything. But I want to say cumulatively, can you just highlight issues to this committee that would say to us, Public Protector Advocate Mukwebane is competent?
There are a number of them that I've also already mentioned some, like the fact of the matter is that since her arrival, things change for the better for us. I can mention the issue of the renovation, the report of the problem we had with the city of Johannesburg that failed a lot of, like I've said, executive mayors, and also the issue of the report of the National Arts Council of South Africa. Like the other thing, like what SC Power was, like for an example, asking in terms of the reports that were issued again in favor of Sarah since Advocate Mukwebane came in. Things started to move positively for us, especially young people, when she arrived.
Thank you, Ntate Nyathela, and thanks for that response. In essence, your evidence indicates that it was only through Advocate Mukwebane's intervention that your matter was resolved. And having noted that you went through 2 other of her predecessors, I want to hear from you, because you have also indicated a challenge that she's not in the office. In your opinion, Ntate Nyathela, what is that, in your opinion, that the office should do, the Office of the Public Protector, to ensure institutional efficiency so that whoever approaches it for assistance receives that assistance regardless of who leads the office?
Regardless of who
leads the office, what will be the key things that the office should do to ensure that there's institutional efficiency, there's efficiency in this office?
Is for the investigators to investigate without fear, favor, or prejudice, and make sure that the complainants are being updated as the Public Protector's Office, what do you call, mandate or whatever, in terms of providing the complainant with updates within 6 weeks. And then also the Office of the Public Protector, especially when dealing with ordinary people on the ground, they must also take note when they issue this discretionary notice that not all of us, we've got the financial muscle or even the capacity to immediately respond to this what do you call discretionary notice in 14 or 10 days.
Thank you, Ntate Nyathela. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Klape. Honorable Tlagode.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Sawubona baba Nyathela.
Sabona,
Niphilile baba.
aspilele, cool.
Okay, siyabonga. Honorable Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to appreciate Mr. Nyathela's passionate about for being passionate about his work, and also the love for uplifting young people of this country, and for making sure that some of them realize their dreams through his own dream. And also appreciate his resilience throughout the years. So if we have thousands of Mr. Nyathelas, I think some of the challenges maybe that we face as a country wouldn't be there. Mr. Nyathela, one of my questions is taken by my colleague, Honorable Klape. You said in your evidence with Advocate Mpofu earlier that the Auditor General's office, the Auditor General's
Yes.
office issued some clean audits to the National Arts Council. So is it your evidence that the Office of the Auditor General can issue a clean audit to an entity, even though there are some financial discrepancies? Thank you, Chair.
So from our side, what we believe in, the National Arts Council, the Auditor General should not have issued clean audits to the National Arts Council. That's why until today, we have never received a clear response from the Office of the Auditor General, until we ended up taking this complaint to the Public Protector. Because before we took this complaint to the Public Protector, we took it to the Auditor General. We had a meeting with them. Even one of their officials told us that no, it was a mistake. It was one of their officials in the Office of the Auditor General in Johannesburg. That official is no longer there. And then we took the very same complaint to the Director General of Treasury, Mr. Dondo Mohajani. No response. We escalated to the Minister, Mr. Tito Mbeweni. No response. We brought it to the Portfolio Committee, Sports, Arts and Culture, no assistance. Committee on Auditor General, No, we'll wait for the public protector's report. Still no assistance. That's why we say if it wasn't for this public protector, meaning it's heartening to say this, the treatment that we have received. That's why we can count all to the speaker, to presidents, and the treatment that we have received from this public protector. We have never from any official or department, including this parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Nyathela.
Thank you.
When giving your evidence, you said some officials within the office of the public protector were in fact protecting, yes, the National Arts Council. Can you please expand on that? Some officials were protecting the department and also the National Arts Council. Can you please expand on that?
And yes, during this complaint, it also had to take the intervention of the public protector for this complaint of the National Arts Council to have some movement. Even before that, there were some delays and all of that. And then we had to write to straight to the public protector through his PA, Mr. Ephraim Kabinde, to request for the public protector to intervene and get this our complaint to be attended to. That's why we're saying that it was not only the public protector did not only intervene in this complaint of the renovations and for Sarah to get the admin. He intervened, including in this complaint of the Auditor General when the first discretionary notice was issued. And then when we request for a meeting or intervention, this public protector will respond positively and give us a hearing, or at least delegate, meaning instruct the official to give us a meeting. And then before that never happened like that.
Chairperson, through you. Mr. Nyathela, you said earlier in your evidence that criminal activities did take place in this parliament.
Criminal
activities did take a place in this parliament.
Criminal activities did take?
Yes. So I wanted you to take us in confidence with regard to that. Advocate Mpofu is saying, through you, Chair, Section 17.
Yes, in terms of this parliament and its committee failing to address our legitimate complaint regarding officials of department coming here to parliament and presenting false and dishonest statements. And then after filing the complaint, And then we will be asked to submit in detail evidence of the statement, the dishonest statements. We'll do that like the recent one. We were asked on the 5th of October to submit in detail those dishonest statements that were presented. We did submit that on the 12th of October. Up until now, nothing has happened. There's no movement. It's quiet, because what we need from Parliament and its portfolio committee is to respond to us as the public, not to ignore us and play and hide and seek, because this is a parliament of the people, isn't it? It stays like that, even in its slogan. So what is this now? And then it's very disappointing to get people who should be looking after our interests, people who should be protecting us as citizens, and then being the ones who are now abusing us and suppressing us. No, that's the issue. And then, like I've said it, this is not the first time that Sarah has filed this complaint. So why the Parliament or even the office of the Speaker doesn't have a decency to respond to us to say, no, we cannot address this complaint. If you have put it in writing, formal, and then please, Mr. Nyathela, Sarah, take it, go and report it to the police. And then we have this, and then we'll go immediately and file this complaint to the police. That's why we're saying this parliament is also have a hand in protecting maladministration and corruption.
Lastly, Chairperson, Mr. Nyathela, the Office of the Public Protector is one of the institutions established in terms of Chapter 9 of the Constitution. So it wasn't wrong for you to go to that office to seek assistance. So you were at the right place. So, Mr. Nyathela, how long did it take the public protector to assist you after a long struggle with regard to your issue of the building? And would you say that when you respond in that with regard to your response, because I'm already anticipating it, that you will respond positively, then would you say that with regard to that, the public protector is one competent in her work?
Absolutely, especially when it comes to people on the ground. I understand these big things of what was here, what. The issue for me, it's about people on the ground. We are suffering because of this, and without this public protector, Sarah wouldn't be where it is today. We wouldn't have what the orchestras and others were getting and all of that. And then Sarah being compliant, meeting the criteria. And then we were deprived of the funding and support that we deserve. The other thing is that public purse must be dispersed for public good, not for cronies and cabals and all of that. And then whilst our young people are in this mess, no, it doesn't work. This is our money, and then we'll stand up for it. so that it can be used for the empowerment of our young people. We're not requesting for this money to go into our pockets and all of that. Thank you.
Ngiyabonga, Baba Nyathela. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Zakude. Honorable Mananis.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Let me pass my greetings to Advocate Bauer and her collective, and as well Advocate Mbofu and her collective, and as well acknowledge Ntate Nyathela. Ntate Nyathela, your energy kajeko in terms of arts and culture, I prove for people who are talented, arts and culture, it's one limits, it's life. Ke batla ho botsa potso with regards to our process as explained that re processing ya go proper for misconduct, incompetent ne of the PP. I want you to tell us if you think that this process is unnecessary and it is a witch hunt according to you.
According to me,
Yes, sir.
if I had the powers and negative stop, that's why Kichilori. Why Baba Bang Batluit? Why Limo mo parliamenting? None but by stand didn't wrong. But it's good, it's sharp. And then why as a coeli at a temai, but little Camilla, aiming, we are copying etlo now, guide officer public protector, and a public protector moving forward. Why entry? Because public protector has ability fella the big names fella the what entry. Why was a shebiwi lead msebetsi wa wentse ka di report tseding, especially Tabatu on the ground? Why who focus it fella more? Because ka fella into a advocate power. Namfile yona charge sheet and what. Oh, Sheba Moleki, the top and CX, what, president, what about people on the ground? About a two-seating, but Swanang Lerona.
My second question to you, when you gave evidence, you indicated that there's some agenda. So I want you to take us in confidence. Can you stress on that issue? Agenda about this particular process?
We are gonna.
Eba.
Yeah, we are gonna like Kichi look from day one when I was looking and listening to this committee. It took me aback because, like I've said it, there is parliament and its officials, including other government institutions that I've mentioned, Treasury, AGSA, presidency, you name it. They failed our young people in terms of our experience, in terms of our sector, the arts and creative industry. And then the person who is changing that situation for us, people on the ground, who face it, this committee, co-parliamenting, if the very same parliament protect and dishonesty at the expense of the child and those yet born. So how must we look at it? Because some of us, we are not only looking at top setup like it's referred in this charge sheet and all of that, that see wabona ke kinto tse kwa kodimo, but re sheba ko tlase in terms of some of most but vulnerable like Rona. Hey, we appreciate, and then get the results. come to the- Sorry.
Just keep that distance.
Eish.
Honorable.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry. Hey.
Thank you, Chair. Nna ke mo understand ke motho wa arts and culture, so energy e ngata. Papa, you spoke that batho ba bantsho ne re na le problem ya black excellence. So I want to check with you that do you think this process, some of us who are black, we are challenging that black excellence?
No, and that thing in our country, there's a lot of that. It's because of system moyona, but it's all over. Black people, it's if we hate each other. We are quick to criticize each other, to pull him down, a syndrome. In media and social, that thing. How na how kupulana, and then re be proud ka batho ba rona ba etsang mosebetsi o motle and all. Pela re hotse jwalo rona. Your child is my child. Will protect each other, but things in especially where some of us, when we see black excellence being trampled down, it's heartbreaking. And then if Mutomutu at least why we don't call him and Ribuele na Remobonse and Rizame Mukaida Rintu Dan Huriri Remohatele Urnahu Ramobulaya Mutuna Ramobulaya Ramoteta. Kiona problem ekinaninyona.
Chairperson, my last question to Nyathela. Do you think PPSA is dysfunctional without the PP?
Not really dysfunctional, but talking from my experience dealing with that office from 2004 till today, like Kibua ka experience yaka lesara. Since alerting PP, things started moving fast over the results. And then how nani complain or unida help. Only an ordinary person like myself can go back meeting or hearing from the PP. She will respond. She will acknowledge. Office Kininto, say, like I've said it, it's rare to get it. Even the Modi department, the officials, the senior official, they just ignore you. No letter who acknowledge, never totally acknowledgement. House pushi who be meaning relentless, who demand. That's why the problem because I sit on it. I hold them accountable because they are there to serve us, not to bully us or boss us. Bamo tshwanetse ba re serve ke rona re ba beileng mo e seng gore ba re bose or ba re fe this kind of treatment. Enjoy it if batho ba batsho ne re treatana ka tsela e right. Nkebe re hole jaanong. Nkebe youth ya rona is not in this mess. It's a fact. It's because of this on that on each other constantly what our young people are facing now. Instead of refocus go dinto to empowering especially our young people. Reba focus on petty fights and and then kimang o safara ba rona on the ground.
Thank you. Honorable Kijiman.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And good evening to yourself and to everybody in the meeting, and also to Mr. Nyathela.
Melantet.
Le kae ntate?
Telega.
Re tsogile.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, first and foremost, I would like to join Honorable Dlagute in congratulation, in thanking you and congratulating you on the good work that you have done and that you are doing for the youth of South Africa. And congratulate you for all the achievements and the international footprint that you have made in that particular regard. We really want to thank you and congratulate you on that. So my questions are as follows. One, the fact that that you did not get assistance or support from our government, particularly the Department of Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation, and also from our parliament, particularly the portfolio committee of Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation, and also from the PPSA during the tenure of Advocate Mushwana and Advocate Madonsela. Do you think that happened due to general poor service in those particular offices, or it happened because you were specifically targeted?
It was a combination of different things. Jealousy, arrogance, abuse of power, ignorance, and batho ba bang ba na le jealousy, they'll influence ba bang, spreading the use of lies. That's another one, which is still continuing up to today. And personalization of issues of national interest. It's another one. So it's a combination of different things, because like Momo High here at home, we don't look at what the person puts on the table. Resheba mode. And then that's why when you go overseas, drive a Mercedes Benz or it's what you can put on the table that will benefit the country, create employment for others, change lives for others. But yeah, Mohai, Kimango, Otsama Lemang, Otsama Kang, Lakai, and all of that. So those are some of the things that creates the problem. We like to play the man instead of playing the ball.
Okay, no, thanks. My second question, when the honorable speaker, the current speaker, the honorable Nosiviwe Mapisa Ngakula, the speaker of the National Assembly, responded to you, I think on the 1st of September 2022. And I think she said, just to quote one paragraph, in fact, a sentence, she's saying here, we have established that the National Arts Council did respond to your concerns and that their response was transmitted to you through the committee. I think referring to the portfolio committee of sports, recreation, arts and culture. Don't you think on her part, she was genuine based on the information that was given to her?
From our side, we knew immediately that the honorable speaker was misled. And then what is not for the first time, even the former speaker was misled similar way. And then the other thing, that's why I also mentioned the name of the chairperson of the portfolio committee of sports, arts and culture. Mayor Julan is ganging up with the minister. It's a fact, to protect the corruption that is running at the NAC. They are protecting it at all costs. That's why he mentioned this thing. How on earth could the minister and the portfolio committee and its chairperson allow that the public purse must be abused to harass me, and let alone this unique training organization? Babatle uyibulaya, babatle uyimazila, because raise alarm regarding this rampant corruption. That's why we, like I've said, how can we have no choice but to go and also revisit law enforcement agencies. Even they're still dragging their feet in terms of addressing our complaint, whilst evidence is there. That's why, an example, the Hawks, they closed our complaint. I had to do representation to the TPP, Advocate Shamila Patoy. And then that's when after that submission, the case was reopened, because they've been concerted effort to why it was reopened, because evidence it's there. There's a corruption, there is Ellen. And then people don't want to face it. We'll face it, we'll tell it like it is.
Okay. No, thanks, Mr. Nyathela. Yeah, just on that point of corruption of the Minister of Arts and Culture, Sports and Recreation, and the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Arts and Culture, Sports and Recreation, that you are saying that they are protecting the corruption. In fact, earlier you said they are protecting the looting scheme.
Exactly.
The looting scheme that is taking place at the National Arts Council.
Yeah, bro.
And in my view, I think those are serious allegations. So my question is, do you really think that they are deliberately protecting the looting scheme at the National Arts Council, or they are just not hands-on in their responsibility?
There's no hands-on, man. Evidence is there. The minister said it in her report to us, dated 13 October 2016, that this thing is unlawful, it must be abolished. It's still continuing. The minister is turning a blind eye, including the chairperson, when these people are abusing the public purse to persecute an NPO, unique, dynamic, empowering our young people. They wanted to kill it from long. We have survived because of the support. This is what I'm saying. It's not a new thing. Why is the minister and the chairperson allowing this to happen? This one of persecute the chairperson of the NAC and his cabal using the public purse, our money, to persecute it for standing for the truth. Why is the portfolio committee, after receiving what they've requested from us in terms of the evidence regarding the dishonest statements made regarding the implementation of the remedial actions of the public protector, they've got it, and then why are they quiet? Why there is no movement regarding that? So these are non-issues because they affect us people on the ground. And then this one's because what is happening here, because it affects so big what CR, what CX, what, and no, quick, fast, commission, section banubani. And then why this one? It's clear. Why there is no a committee or ad hoc committee set up to address this dishonest statements?
Yeah.
Nothing, because it comes from the ground. We are nothing.
No, thanks, Mr. Nyathela.
That's the last point.
Last question from my
It
side.
must be quick.
Yes, Chair. Yeah, with regards to Ms. Mokhaladi, Ms. Mokhaladi's actions or behavior, did you report her to her senior? Did you report her conduct to her seniors?
Yes, I did. I did not only report it in writing only, but even in her presence, PP here, she's here, and tell her in front of her face that you stop this, please. In front, and I've done that, my brother. Because like I've said it, we are not in the business of use of lies or smear campaigns. And then if there is something I have a problem with you, I won't go behind your back. I'll tell you straight. And that's the thing that they hate about me. White is white, it's not red. Not in the business of buying faces or what, or lying about people. It's about the empowerment of the child. That's it. That's what we're interested in. That's why to be here is because I had to, but I don't want to be in these spaces. This is not my spaces.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Honorable Mr. Nyathela. Honorable Lusibo.
No, thank you, Chair. Good evening to everyone, all protocol observed. Good evening, Mr. Nyathela.
Good evening.
I want to say, I know you, and I still appreciate that you still have got that passion. I've partially worked with that industry. I just want to share just one small part first, because the evidence of Mr. Nyathela must also be based on concrete grounds, so that we share, because the saying is educating young people. My fear is when young people out of this exercise learn something wrong. For an example, I'm a member of parliament. What he is saying is new to me. It's completely new. Now, I'm not sure whether we move with him from the same understanding of the definition of parliament, one. Two, I'm not sure whether we move from the same understanding of a committee of parliament, how it is constituted, but generally how the National Assembly is constituted. Because the risk is very high that when the allegations are made in evidence, in testimony, in evidence, they might be taken as a fact. Just very quickly, for an example, Mr. Nyathela, Parliament is constituted by different political parties as two houses, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. We are representing as a portfolio committee the National Assembly. Two different parties, that they might be committees of Parliament, are constituted mostly by 11 members. Those 11 members are categorized according to the proportion of parties. Now, I want to check with you that the allegation that you are making against Parliament, is it against the leadership of Parliament or is it against members of Parliament? For an example, that's why I said I want to lead instead. If you talk about the Portfolio Committee on Arts and Culture, do you want to share with this committee that all those members of that Portfolio Committee on Arts and Culture share the view, they are affected by the views that you have against that portfolio? If you can give me that answer, that allegation is made against all those 11 members of that Portfolio Committee.
So let me answer it this way. From my experience, it's the members of the ruling party that have been conducting themselves in this way, especially in that Portfolio Committee. And then it's only this in this term, meaning, how do you call it, not term, but the new administration, yeah, that things are starting to be some movement and robust debates regarding our concern. And then the people who are doing that, it's members of the DA and EFF. That means it's Mr. Ringo Madlingosi, Mr. Tsepo Mhlongo, and another DA member, Mr. Veronica van Dijk. If it was not for those three, our issues would have never been raised as per in the previous portfolio committees of this arts and culture. We have dealt with this portfolio committee from its inception. That's why I even had a meeting with Ntatedu Lichisa. He was once the chairperson of the portfolio committee of arts and culture. We are not new in this setup. We know the engagement. We are part of this. We served out proudly as South Africans.
Okay, just the last two, Chair. I don't want to go further. I got the answer. My second question will be, what will be your attitude if action was taken against the National Director of Public Prosecution, Shamila Batoyi? What will be your attitude? One, you said here, when you went to Shamila Batoyi, he's the one who helped you to open the case. I'm asking this question so that we have an understanding. If you had got helped, can someone stand up and say your argument or your argument is a subjective one because you got helped by that person and that's how you make the judgment?
No. That's not the case. That's not. There are a lot of people. I'll even appreciate, even today, I still appreciate people who didn't even help me, but giving me a hearing or giving me a chance to meet and present that on its own. But to be treated like a third-class citizen, that is exactly what gets me. Coming from the history, where we coming from, and then to get this kind of treatment now in with West in 2022. No. It's a no-go area. Lastly, we are not asking, I've said it yesterday, we're not asking for favors, for special treatment. We are not interested in that. What we asking is people to do their job, what they are paid for. That's it. We don't want a lot of things. And no. And then we are not fighting people. But if people are there to come and choke, especially the empowerment of our young people with skills that we were deprived of by the apartheid system, and you come, and once you are a black person, you want to perpetuate that, take it somewhere, keep it in your kitchen, don't bring it here. Because once you bring it here, we are going to have a problem.
I'm not sure whether Mr. Nyathela got my question. My question was simple. If somebody stands up and say, your testimony is a subjective one based on what that person had done to you. If I were to put it the other way around, what would you say if there was something and a committee against Honorable Zulane, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Arts and Culture? What would be your testimony? If an exercise of this nature was done to her, what would be your attitude, your testimony?
Regarding my experience?
Yes.
No, I'll put down my experience regarding her conduct towards us, meaning our young people and Sarah. I won't create a story about her or lie about her, or no, I won't do that. I will just tell the truth of what has happened. That's it.
They usually say those, and then our statement is no further question.
Thank you, Honorable Luzipo. Honorable Maneri.
No, thank you, Chair. Greetings to honorable members, to the public protector and the legal team, as well as Mr. Nyathela, the witness on stand. Let me also join those that appreciate the work as you've outlined it in empowering our people. And I'm sure as part of the oversight work we need to do is to also learn from these processes on what could still be improved without accepting or denying any of the points you've raised about knocking at different doors. So I wanted to start from that point. Chair, I just want to clarify a few points for my notes purposes that I have captured correctly. Mr. Nyathela, I would want you to confirm that indeed you are communicating to the committee that in terms of the charges that are faced by the public protector that are before this committee, you would have not had sight of them even at the time of being prepared as a witness. And therefore, as Advocate Bao would have presented to them, you still confirm that you may have not had knowledge of those even from a point of preparation, so that my second question then could still come. Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
With that having been said, so that we don't ask you questions that may not be in relation to what you've raised, the second question would really be that what you are communicating to the committee is that you've come as a member of the public or the organization from civil society that has had experience of interacting with the public protector, of course, at different levels, but in particular, in terms of your positive experience as you interacted with Advocate Mkhwebane, the current public protector. As I say, Chair, I'm trying to get this cleared. So that's the question, that's the understanding, so that we do not blame or not blame you for matters that you may not have knowledge of.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
With that, Chair, if I can then ask just the last two questions so that I don't take your time. Because this point about Ms. Mokhaladi, I think for me, the importance about it is that she came before the committee. So as I ask the question, it's in relation to that. That this would not be about a personal problem you may have with her, right? I hear you saying she has got an ex to client with you in whatever way, but I'm just saying this not being something that is personal with her. It's just that coincidentally, on matters that she has handled where you have been present, the outcomes would have not been favorable in the way you perceived her treating your matter. I think that's one. But the second one is that taking that matter forward, you are also communicating a point to the committee that whenever you complained, it's never been about whether it is Ms. Mokhaladi or the public protector. It will be because your complaint is genuine, you wanted justice. And I want to give you examples. Much as you would have been helped with regard to arts and culture issue, but when there was a report that was not in your favor as it relates to the Department of Higher Education and Training, that closeout report, you were ready to review that, which then forced an alternative dispute resolution, and you were vindicated out of that, right? So it doesn't matter that it was the current public protector, but wherever you are not satisfied, you would raise matters on the basis of that in order to get justice, because it's important so that we know whether we're chasing personal matters or indeed it's about what you are trying to communicate. That it doesn't matter, even if it was the public protector that helped me yesterday. When things are not fine, I would still challenge those, and that's why you challenged that report and got that ATR, which then resolved the problem. So it would not matter if it's Ms. Mokhaladi. I'm not sure if you allow me, Chair, to then do the last one or leave him to answer and do this last one.
Allow him to respond.
Okay, if you can then clear me those.
No.
Mr. Nyathela.
Okay, from our side, it's not personal. We understand it. Those are personalities and what we're not interested in that. We're interested on the job. But this issue with Ms. Mokhaladi started in 2006. I didn't know Ms. Mokhaladi. First time ADR meeting, we are in the meeting, it's officials of the department, it's our side as Sarah, she's chairing a meeting. She started now being a spokesperson of the department. And then I had an issue about that day. You are the chairperson, just be neutral. And then I questioned that, and then that's when it all started. And then I didn't take it serious. But from there on, because she's the senior manager, whenever our complaints will fall under her, and the investigators who were investigating our complaints. They are reporting to her. And then there will be that problem whenever. That's whenever she was involved in our cases, we knew that a problem. So we're talking from experience about her conduct, but personally, I don't have any personal because we're not interested in that. Like I've said it, even here. What we interested is public servants to do their work, what they're paid for. We're not here to buy faces and want to be done some favors. Or no. We're not interested. It's for people to do what they are paid for, and then without fear, favor, or prejudice when you investigate the matter. Because, like I've said, we don't just wake up now, going to file a complaint and all of that. No. And then when we file a complaint, we understand evidence that we must, documentation, evidence, paper trail. We understand that. We don't, cannot go out just and lie about you. And no, we are not in that space. We're in the space of empowerment and that's it. And then all these officials, and they are bringing this just to distract us so that we cannot continue doing what we love, empowering our young people, creating opportunities. That's the problem that we've been having here in our country. That's why we just get a peace of mind when we are out of this country. We relax, we are welcome. Well, immediately when we land back, we know that you're telling Qatar, it's fights, unnecessary fights with our own people who were supposed to be supporting this. And that's why I've said that by now, we should be having satellite in all the provinces for the benefit of our young people. As a country, we should be having a purpose-built backstage academy training center. That's what we're interested in.
Thank you, Mr. Nyathela. Chair, as I said, then I will have this last question. My last question is really on a principal matter, because I think you raised this with passion, the wastage of resources, and that people do something else instead of helping where the money and resources are needed. And you were referring to the goings with the National Arts Council and so on. Am I getting you correctly that as a matter of principle, doesn't matter that it's NAC or who, that even if you did get help from the NAC, if they were to squander the resources and not get to where they are supposed to, you'll still raise this point. And equally, even if it was the public protector who helped you or not helped you, if there's evidence to show that the money was not going to where it's supposed to go, you would have raised the same principle.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair.
I hate corruption with a passion, because corruption is one of the causes of that led the suffering of our young people and our people is because of corruption. That's so I hate corruption with a passion. I don't want it. Okay. I don't want to even see it, even if it can be who. I will.
Thank you, Mr. Nyathela. I think you've answered the question.
Thank you, Chair. I've been answered. I will correct my notes. Thank you.
Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think Mr. Nyathela's probably answered my question as he's responded to Honorable Maneli. But I mean, I want to maybe get some clarity if you would allow me, from Advocate Mpofu. I don't want to be disrespectful of Mr. Nyathela's evidence, which I think was very compelling in many respects. And I mean, both the apartheid era hardships and the tentacles of apartheid that went all the way into the performing art stages is quite painful to hear. And then the disappointments in the post-apartheid era are also painful to hear. But if I understand it correctly, Mr. Nyathela has really come to tell us that he is satisfied and encouraged by the work of the public protector. And so my question is really to maybe Mr. Mpofu, if you would allow it, about the relevance of the evidence given the charges. Because if I remember the figures, there are 20, 30, maybe 40,000 cases have been closed by the public protector. I would imagine that many of those people are satisfied with the outcome of their work. Even I could give evidence about the complaints that I've lodged with the public protector and have been handled well. So, I mean, I'm concerned that we could have a stream of witnesses coming to say how the public protector helped them. And I'm wondering how this deals with the charges that we need to deal with as a committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. No, not now.
Oh, okay, Chair, sorry.
And just take note of that, because the questions now are to Mr. Nyathela. You're still going to have the last.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
slot in-
Mr. Heron said he was asking me, but I accept that.
That's-
Yes.
I
thank you.
heard that.
Yes. Thank you.
So that's why I'm not.
Oh, you mean the question time is still for Mr. Nyathela?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Heron. I think that was the direct question that I'm parking, that Robert Mpofu will respond to at the end. Honorable Mylan.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Nyathela, thank you very much for appearing here today. Just a very quick thing. First of all, congratulations on the work you're doing to empower young people and the skills that you're giving them. Just could you tell us how many people have you trained through your program over the years?
Can close to 2,000.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. All from 1997.
Okay.
up to now.
So you said in your testimony that you were being persecuted and muzzled. Those were the words that you used.
Yes.
Okay. And that it is only this public protector who has heard your complaints. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes.
Okay. You said that there were no interventions and no assistance for 11 years, correct?
Yes.
So how then do you explain Advocate Mushwana's report, the first settlement agreement, the second settlement agreement that was signed by the Deputy Public Protector? You know, it appears that there were a number of people who heard your complaint and acted on them.
Can I?
What? I know he's closer to you. I don't want the two of you to get too close to each other.
Yeah.
Just get closer to your mic and then answer through your mic and not go to him.
What we're saying is that our complaint at the public protector took 11 years.
Understand.
There were no decisive action since from 2006 to the tenure of Advocate Rachel. Decisive action in terms of holding these officials and the department accountable. But immediately after Advocate Mukwebane came in, it took like less than 6 months. The report was there, the department tried to challenge, she intervened, and then there was a court order. And then in terms on that also, the department wanted to renegade and force to give the funds to us. She made sure that DBSA is appointed as the implementing agents. So that on its own, that's why I said we have never had this kind of decisive intervention, of which even this August House is.
Yeah,
needs
I've got your answer.
Okay.
I'm sure Mr. Mpofu will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the Nkandla judgment was in March 2016. And that prior to that, the public protector's remedial actions were not binding on the people in the report. In other words, they couldn't be forced to implement the remedial actions prior to March 2016. Were you aware of that?
In terms of that, yes.
Okay, so you're saying that all of those reports of those other public protectors prior to Advocate Mkhwebane, which were not binding because the Nkandla report was only, the Nkandla judgment was only in March 2016. You're saying that it's only Advocate Mkhwebane who is relevant.
Not only that about, and the interaction and giving us the hearing, giving us the opportunity.
Yes, but all those other ones also did that.
Did what? About what?
Advocate Mshwana gave you a hearing and issued a report. Advocate Malunga,
Meaning
they heard you. They set up alternative dispute resolutions. Did they not listen to you? Did they not try and sort out your problem for you?
The difference is that meeting with the officials of the Public Protector's Office, it's a different matter. But in engaging, being given the opportunity by the public protector, and then when also requesting for the intervention of the public protector herself or himself, it has this previous to a public protector. They didn't give us that opportunity or act decisively as this a public protector. That's a fact. And then coming to the issue of the remedial action, whether binding or not binding, that's another different story. Even if that time they were not binding, were just recommendations and all of that, but there was no effort being taken to make sure that even those recommendations are implemented. We had to chase and be ignored and all of that. But now it was now with the remedial actions being binding and all of that, it's more crucial and important.
All right, I've got your answer. And if you could just keep your answers short because we've obviously got time limitations. Two last questions. Did you only take one report of Advocate Mkhwebane on review?
Only one.
When was that?
When was it issued? This one, it's not last year. Oh, yeah, year before last.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was the first question. And my second question is this. It sounds very much like you're saying that because Advocate Mkhwebane intervened on your behalf, in other words, she got you your money that you were looking for.
Come again.
It sounds like you're saying that because Advocate Mkhwebane intervened on your behalf and essentially got you your money, okay, that because of that, the charges that Advocate Bauer has laid out should be eradicated, that the public protector is therefore not guilty of those charges. Am I understanding you correctly?
No, this is not about money.
No, it's not about the money. I'm saying because she intervened on your behalf.
But you just said it now that
Okay.
God got us money. What do you mean it got us money? Because this is also our money. Can be clear about that.
Okay.
Don't
Let
say
me-
it got us money.
I said because she intervened on your behalf and you got the outcome that you were looking for.
He did what the other public protectors
Sir,
were
can I
supposed.
finish?
Okay, you also.
Yep.
You're trying to put.
I'm asking you a question.
Okay, just pause.
My question was this.
Just pause, Mr. Milam. Just fix your mic. I don't want you to just speak to the mic and okay, let me say this, speak to the chair.
Okay, thanks.
Speak through to the chair.
Sorry.
Continue to make your response.
Sorry, can I just restate my question, Chair?
Okay.
So my question was this. It seems like you're suggesting that because Advocate Mkhwebane intervened on your behalf and you got the outcome that you were desiring, that all the charges that Advocate Bauer took you through should therefore be dismissed. Is that correct?
I'm not. Must I answer?
Please.
Can I answer?
Yeah.
Not saying the charges must be dismissed and all of that. What we say is that the Advocate Mkhwebane changed the game, especially for our young people. He opened the doors of learning and culture for our young people in this space, which is white male dominated, which has been blocked for ages with apartheid and with our people. And then he was the only person that changed the setup. That's the setup. It's not about me liking him or what. The main thing is about her, meaning turning the key for the betterment of our young people. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. That's it to me as well. I think that is the last member. Honorable Gwen, you'll be the last one, and then I go to Advocate Mpofu.
Thank you very much. Dumela Ntate Nyathela.
Dumela.
I also want to start by commending you for the work that you're doing with the youth. I mean, just from yesterday and today, I've realized the importance of the work that roadies do in terms of, being part of the whole production setup, etc. So I wanted to commend you for all the work that you've done. Ntate Nyathela, I'm sure you know what this inquiry is about. Well, it centers around the charges that are preferred against Advocate Mkhwebane in the motion. So the subject matter of the inquiry is essentially Advocate Mkhwebane, not the National Arts Council or the minister or even any parliamentary committee. The subject matter of the inquiry is Advocate Mkhwebane. So then my question, and I know that you've confirmed to this committee, Hore, you've just seen the motion today and the charges preferred against Advocate Mkhwebane in the motion today. So I think my question is a question of clarity. So I want to understand what the relevance of the evidence that you've been, you've presented before this committee yesterday and today is to the charges preferred in that motion. And I know you've just seen it today, etc., but I'm trying to connect your evidence to the charges because those charges relate to misconduct and incompetence. So I want to understand the relevance of your evidence. Ke batla go tlhaloganya gore evidence ya gago ke gore e role e tshamekang in this whole inquiry ke eng sentle.
Sentle. Ngare role aka obamo nele utlo beya kale site la rona our experience in terms of msebetsi o Advocate Mkhwebane au etseditseng, especially for our young people. And then le yona haholo around the issue ya incompetence and all of that. Yabona, ho ya ka rona, from our experience, ha re bone any incompetence. Ho ya ka rona ka experience ya rona, like ke tshilo ke entse example ka 11 years and then go fihla yena and then matter yaba resolve ka nakonyana enyane. La ke tshilo hore nna mo ha ka tlela ho tlo bua ka addressa ntho tse ngata tse like tse tsa mo tse le mo charge sheeting and all of that. La ne le ho tlo beaka experience ya rona in terms of mosebetsi wa advocate Mokoeba lore o butsi menyako jwang le for support for the interest of our young people.
Okay, ke tlo go repeat-a se le se buileng ka sejatlhapi akere gore batho ba bangwe ba kgone go utlwa. So it's your evidence before this committee gore that you're giving evidence not in relation to the charges preferred in the motion against Advocate Mokoane, but you're giving evidence that supports supports the help, supports the fact that she helped you in terms of the issues that you had with the National Arts Council and other role players. Am I correct in saying that?
Our government and all of that, not providing the necessary support. And then he came to the rescue of our young people and our organization as people on the ground.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat that again. So you're not here to give evidence in relation to the charges preferred in the motion?
Not really.
All right.
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Gondwe. I now going to turn and ask Advocate Mpofu. Besides the matter of relevance raised by Honorable Heron, I was going to ask you if there's any other thing you wanted to raise, having listened, but I now give you that opportunity.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I know it's late. This is the out of order. Mr. Nyathela, I'll just ask you one thing. You said that the words that brought you here, which were uttered by the public protector to you in February 2017, were started like this: Mr. Nyathela, I've got you. Looks like she's in the minority. So for those who don't get you, can you just explain that from what you have described, from your experience over all these years, from 2006 or whatever up to today, including your experience with other public protectors, Advocate Mshwana, Advocate Matanzela, and now after this public protector, the acting public protector, you're probably the only person who would have that continuous experience with all those four persons. Can you associate the person that you interacted with in Advocate Mkhwebane as a public protector, not as a singer or anything else, with incompetence? Would you say that of those people, I think I'll come to what you've said in your statement. But as I say, for those who don't get what you're trying to say, would such a person be described as incompetent for being a public protector? Because this impeachment process is about competence or otherwise for being a public protector, not for dancing or other things.
No, from our experience and my personal experience, I will support that he's the right public protector. He did really protect us from the abuse from the officials of relevant government departments, and from our experience, we regard him as a competent public protector, and we will always appreciate her work as the public protector.
And from the point of view of the sector that you represent, and when I say represent, I don't mean they elected you to be here, but from where you come from, where you say from the ground, do you think that her removal would be a gain for the public or a loss?
From our experience, I think it will be a loss.
Thank you. Thank you. And let me then, Chair, kill two birds with one stone. I only have one or two questions, but I'll use that also to answer Honorable Heron. This is the statement you make. You've been asked by the two members of the DA in particular, the party that brought the motion here, whether what you are saying is relevant. In other words, almost suggesting that it is not, and particularly that last question. But there's nothing you can do. But let's just go to paragraph 66 of your statement. And I'll then ask you one or two questions.
Unless you had closed your machine.
Which I see.
Yeah, we have a short comfort break.
Oh yes,
we're almost there.
Yeah, no, we can.
Okay, I call you 2 minutes.
Recording stopped.
Do members want 5 minutes? 5 minutes? Okay, thank you.
This 5 minutes, Chair, 5 minutes, Chair, is minus for another member.
Pofu.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I appreciate the short break. I was at the point where I was saying, Chair, if you bear with me, the last few questions that I'm going to ask are going to be based on what I'm going to read out now. The first part, I think, let me start with this one, because it looks like either there's a failure to read what it is that we're here about here, or something. So let me refer firstly, before I refer to the Mazoni motion, which you have been asked about, I'll refer you to the report of the independent panel and the rules of this committee. Okay. The rules of this committee refer to the issue of incompetence. Okay. And this is what the independent panel had to say about it at page 10428. Don't ask me of what. That's what it says here. I think that's the independent panel report, if you can find it. It's bundle A, I think. Page the typed page of the report itself is 32, but the big page is 10428. Paragraph 87, Chair, sorry. 87. Anyway, you are in the education sector, so you should be patient, Mr. Nyathela. Bundle A.
Maybe while he's looking for it, the two of us can go through it.
Yes, let me, I'll read it anyway.
Yeah,
Maybe
I've got it
Tshepo will
manually
catch up
here.
with us. Yeah, okay. Just to save time. So this is what it says. I'm just going to read this and something else, and then I'll ask you one or two questions, then we're done. So the chair was right when he said the end is near. It says, yeah, the term incompetence, this is from the rules, is defined as follows in the National Assembly rules. Incompetence in relation to the holder of a public office, that's a person like a public protector, includes a demonstrated and sustained lack of A, knowledge to carry out, and ability or skill to perform his or her duties effectively and efficiently. Did you experience any of that with Advocate Mkhwebane? The lack of knowledge to carry out or ability or skill to perform his or her duty effectively and efficiently?
None of that.
Did you, on the other hand, experience effectiveness and efficiency on her part?
Absolutely. That's what happened with this matter of the renovations, and that took 11 years.
Thank you. Okay, no, it's fine. Let's just work with me, Mr. Nyathela, because as I say, we have to school the relevance of your evidence. We'll deal with it in legal argument, but I just wanted to do it now. Now, this is what the public. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So this is then what the independent panel described that rule. The word demonstrated in the above context means no more than that incompetence must be established on a balance of probabilities. Okay, I know you are not a lawyer, but what that means in simple English is that we have to look at all the evidence and say, is this person probably incompetent or probably competent? And then take a balance. Understand? Yes. Okay. And then it says the word sustained is more difficult to interpret in the present context. At the very least, it means more than one instance of incompetence is required. Also seems to suggest that instances of incompetence must stretch over a period of time, right? Now, over the period of time that you are testifying about, did you experience incompetence from Advocate Mkhwebane?
No, I see.
Okay. And then it says, finally, the phrase knowledge to carry out ability or skill to perform his or her duties effectively and efficiently. The word "and" in this context does not mean incompetence can be demonstrated. Okay, don't worry about that. That's too legalistic. And then it says incompetence may consist of either, in other words, either the lack of knowledge or a lack of ability or skill to perform. So the question would then be whether you experienced even one of those things.
No, I didn't experience that. I see.
Thank you. And you, in your testimony, you said that because you don't know Advocate Mkhwebane and she doesn't know you, you said that your expectation is that other people, that you are not the only one. You're not some exception in South Africa who experienced her in that efficient and effective way.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, the relevance of your evidence, which seems to elude, you know, they say they are none so blind as those who shall not see. At paragraph 66 of your statement, you say the following. Oh, that's good. Yeah, already there. She's trying to disprove the chairperson that she has knocked off already.
Yeah, it's been like that since we started, because it might have landed somewhere.
Yes.
She landed from other people.
Yes, thank you.
I won't mention names.
Yes, otherwise she gets an Audi. Thank you. Okay, this is what it says, your statement, really, which is, I think, the gist of what you say is you have it's the last two paragraphs. You say it's under the heading conclusions, okay? And
Yes, I see.
yeah, just so that some people might read it maybe overnight this time. It says, like other beneficiaries of Advocate Mkhwebane's leadership, I hope that my story will touch the hearts of those tasked with judging Advocate Mkhwebane. Well, you can't touch them all. Who must ask themselves whether they could have meshed up with her high standards of competency and delivery. I think you've made this point several times that the parliament itself, in your view, as you've said, what you think of it,
yes,
as to whether those people are themselves competent, to use the same word, to be even judging her from your experience.
That's the problem that I had from the start,
Yeah.
when this processes began, because that's the question that I was asking myself. That these people really, the very same people who are treating us like this, are the ones now who want to judge the public protector and all that. These were the things that were running into my head, that something is not right here. There's some hypocrisy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Then again, as I said, we'll have to try and lower it down because it looks like your evidence maybe went over the heads. Yeah, okay, and just break it down. Okay, I'll do it bits and bits. Yeah. Then it says, when Advocate Mkhwebane's term comes, this is what you say. When Advocate Mkhwebane's term comes to an end in October 2023, we should only hope that she will be replaced by somebody equally or more dedicated to the advancement of the economic fortunes of ordinary people in South Africa. So what is your hope about unfortunately, she cannot serve beyond a 7-year period. But as a person who has been through the history you've told us, what is your hope about the public protector who will start on the 17th of October, 2023, when Advocate Mkhobane's term ends?
Our hope is that we find a similar public protector who also interested in focusing on the people on the ground, grassroots level, and not only look at only the high profile cases of complaints.
Yes. And then you say, somehow I have my doubts if that will be achieved, but I hope it will. And you quote, for the sake of our children and grandchildren, to quote Advocate Mkhwebane herself. You've already explained the magic words that she said to you.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah. Then you say, any suggestion, this is the part that is missed here. Any suggestion that she is incompetent to be the public protector is not only incorrect, but flies in the face of strong evidence to the contrary, including the real experiences of ordinary people like me. No person is more competent for that job. Isn't that the essence of your evidence?
That's the essence of my evidence, SC.
Yes. And okay. It's too difficult for this time of the day, yeah. But we'll explain it in argument how evidence actually works and how you extrapolate from something and so on and so on. But I think it's too much for today. Well, in fact, we're going to call an expert to explain to the members these things about the law of evidence. That's fine. The other point is, I don't know if you were here, I tried. Yesterday, I gave 1.5 hours, or don't know how long, an hour and a bit, of explanation of what I call the categories of the witnesses that we're going to call, okay? Yeah. And I said, we'll start with witnesses that go on cross-cutting general topics, such as competence, such as evidence, and other experts who deal with the constitutional framework and so on. To lay the basis before we get to the specific witnesses that deal with specific charges. Anyway, I tried to do that. So when those witnesses come, such as Mr. Ibrahim, for example, it would be foolhardy to ask him, have you read the charge sheet? Because they are dealing with what you call the helicopter view as such. But again, that's a story for another day. And then you say at 67, which is a point you made yesterday, obviously also missed. I make this statement in the strong belief that it is not possible for the committee to discharge its duty without having heard even one voice representing the public, which the public protector was appointed to protect. It's a pity that we even have to explain that, but yes, in this place. And then you say the committee has had an excessive number of those who are employed to assist the public protector, most of whom have failed to do so or appreciate the task of an institution like the public protector.
Yes, it's it.
Then you say no effort was made to balance the picture by also hearing how, as members of the public, we have experienced the office and the incumbent.
Yes, yes.
Right?
Yeah.
I do not pretend to speak on behalf of the public in a mandated position, you say.
Yeah.
I speak only for myself. But I know that I cannot be the only one feeling this way. Public participation cannot and should not be confined to token invitations to comment, but must also involve the participation in the actual proceedings of the committee.
Yes.
Do you want to do anything more than what you have expressed in paragraph 66 and 67, which, as I say, clearly has made no impact on the readers, or at least those who have read it? Let's hope they didn't read it. Do you have any other agenda for coming here rather than dealing with the issue of incompetence and fulfilling your duty as a citizen for public participation?
No, no other agenda, SC. It's what I've already stated, and regarding public participation and our experience in with the office and the public protector herself.
Thank you. Well, Chair, those are my questions, but I'll, through the chair, we just received a message from somebody who said, who is that witness? Can he please come back tomorrow? So by public demand, Chair, we are done with our questions, but maybe by public demand, you can invite Mr. Nyathela to come again tomorrow.
Thank you, Advocate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Advocate Mpofu. That anonymous message. Thank you very much. Mr. Nyathela.
Chair.
I go back to you now and ask if there's anything that you want to say to the committee as your final remarks.
Hey, Chair, I think I've said a lot, but my only request also for the committee members, because we also know that they belong to different committees and all of that, is that, man, please, man, can you take matters that affects our young people seriously, and make sure that complaints that comes from the citizen, as it says, the parliament of the people, are genuinely and decisively addressed, especially this serious matter of our complaint that has been running for too long in this house of section 17.2, because we don't understand why would Parliament and its committees allow senior officials of the department to turn this August House as a place where they could come and willfully present dishonest statements and not being held to account, even when evidence has, requested evidence has been submitted to Parliament. That's what I can say for now.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Nyathela. On behalf of this section 194 Inquiry Committee, I want to thank you for availing yourself before and during these last 2 days to come and place your own evidence. Hopefully that evidence will assist in the conclusion and decisions we're going to make as we do this work. We really appreciate your participation here. Thank you very much. You are now officially excused.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks.
You can switch off your mic, but before you leave, just to say to members, tomorrow we again starting at 10 members. I've been asked to ask you to read the affidavit of Sakoni. Is that your understanding, Advocate Bauer and Advocate Mpofu?
Chairperson, sorry, yes, no, it was that, that's the last information we gave you. But we're having some logistical issues, Chairperson, and I'm glad you raised it now. So the members should read the statement of Mr. Lamola, and maybe that one of Ms. Sakoni, but the chances of that we're juggling with the issue that I had raised with you, Chairperson. The chances of that we're going to know in the next few minutes, and I'll send a message to the evidence leader. Maybe the secretariat can then circulate when we have a more firm position, but it's 80% likely to be Mr. Lamola.
Okay. Well, Advocate Power.
Chair, we were given an unsigned copy of Ms. Sakoni's affidavit last night only. And I had indicated to Advocate Mpofu, depending on how things went today. So I haven't even looked at it yet. If he did want to lead it tomorrow, then Cross would have to stand over for Monday, if that's where we were at. Depending, I'm saying this not having looked at the statement as yet.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
But if Ms. Advocate Mpofu is going to, I know there's this difficulty about her not being available next year. So we need to play around that so that we can get the lead, the Cross and the members in together. So we'll have to work out those logistics.
Yes.
Let you know.
Yes, maybe I can just, I know you and I had approached the chair informally about the issue of Monday. I spoke to the chair also still informally, and it seems like the sitting on Monday is going ahead. And that is why I then might prefer, also because the statement was late and all that. We've just received the signed one, by the way. I would prefer to have her on Monday so that members would have read the statement, would have had more time to read the statement. And that's why we think the prudent thing to do would be to interpose Mr. Lamola, hoping he'll finish tomorrow so that nobody has to stand over for cross-examination later and all that. Thank you. I mean, for questioning later. I forget that we don't have cross-examination.
Okay. Thank you, Advocate Mpofu, and thank you, Advocate Power. Members, I know that you had already started reading both, and I'm just going to urge you to just refresh yourselves on both tonight. When the message comes, we'll pass that on.
Thank you, Chair. And thankfully, the Lamola one is a very short statement.
Yeah. Thank you. The meeting adjourned. See you tomorrow at 10.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.